Elagabalus, also known as Heliogabalus, the Roman emperor who held the throne from 218 to 222 AD. He was widely recognized for his controversial and eccentric behavior. Assuming the throne at a mere age of 14, his short but chaotic reign is infamous for causing religious and social unrest, engaging in scandalous conduct, and indulging in lavish practices. He held the esteemed position of high priest for the sun god Elagabal, but when he ascended to the throne as emperor, he endeavored to usurp Jupiter and put Elagabal on the throne as the principal deity of the Roman pantheon. His rule was characterized by excessive opulence and unpredictability. It is reported that he married and divorced 5 times. He also offered ridiculous amounts of public money for the secret recipe of a distinctive sauce that he liked, and he purportedly filled the palace with live snakes and lions to intimidate his visitors, all in good fun. His extravagant lifestyle included organizing opulent and morally objectionable banquets that greatly surprised and disgusted the Roman nobility. There are even reports of him selling his body within the imperial palace, and in addition to that, he defied the social conventions of Rome by adorning himself with cosmetics and garments typically associated with women. In fact, he went so far to pursue the risky surgical procedure of a gender change. Well, this kind of behavior and the enforcement of his religious changes caused the influential Praetorian Guard, the Senate, and the general population to become distant and disconnected. Due to his complete disregard for Roman religious tradition and the empire's conservative values, he was assassinated by his own guards at the age of 18. Subsequently, his memory was swiftly condemned to oblivion through damnatio memoriae, that is, the removal or changing of statues, also writing you out of history as much as they possibly can. Your memory be damned. Well, the reign of Elagabalus, although very short, certainly was an interesting one. And if you want to learn more about it, if that introduction didn't get you interested already, well, you sure are in the right place. To the newcomers, welcome to the channel, and to those returning, good to have you back. It's going to be an interesting one today. Well, to support the channel, you just need to watch the channel, and the like and subscribe button let other people know that you've enjoyed the content, as YouTube will push it out a bit more. And further to that, there's a few links in the description if you feel inclined. But for now, let's get nice and relaxed. Talk about the life of Elagabalus today. Well, it was either 203 or perhaps early 204 that Elagabalus was born to one Sextus Varius Marcellus and Julia Soaemias Bassiana, who were likely married around the year of 200. Now, his complete birth name, of course his real name was not Elagabalus, was most likely Varius Avitus Bassianus. Now, with that last name seemingly being a cognomen associated with the Emessene dynasty. Well, Marcellus initially held the rank of an equestrian, which is not bad, but he was later promoted to a senatorial position, which is of course better. Julia Soemias, a relative of the Emperor Caracalla, was rumored to be the mother of Elagabalus, a claim that Soemias herself later publicly endorsed. Now, the tombstone of Marcellus provides evidence that Elagabalus had a sibling, but unfortunately, there is very little information available. Julia Maesa, the grandmother of Elagabalus, was the widow of Julius Avitus Alexianus, who held the position of consul. So there were certainly a few people within both sides of the family that were in decent positions of power. Well, she was also the sister of Julia Domna, and the sister-in-law of the Emperor Septimius Severus. Elagabalus had other relatives too, of course, namely his aunt Julia Avita Mamea, his uncle Marcus Julius Caesius Marcianus, and their son Severus Alexander. Now Elagabalus belonged to the Arab Emesene dynasty, and was the high priest of the sun god Elagabal in Emesa, that is, by the way, modern-day Homs in Roman Syria. Well, I suppose it's just Syria now. It was Roman Syria back then. The priesthood of Elagabal was passed down through Elagabalus's family, a hereditary position. Pretty normal. Now the Latin name of the deity, Elagabalus, is a Latinized adaptation of the Arabic Ilah al-Jabal, derived from Ilah, God, and Jabal, mountain. So, God plus mountain equals God of the mountain, if my mathematics is correct. Thus the name represents the Emesene manifestation of the old god Baal. Well, the deity was first worshipped in Emesa, but later the cult expanded to other regions of the Roman Empire during the 2nd century, a very exciting time for new religions cropping up. Evidence of this expansion can be seen in a dedication discovered in Woerden, located near the Roman limes in the Netherlands. Subsequently, the deity was brought to Rome and integrated with the solar deity called Sol Indiges during the Roman Republic period, and later with the more recognizable Sol Invictus in the late 3rd century. But the sun god in Greek, of course, can you guess his name? Helios. Good job if you got it right. You know, we talk about that word from Greek, the heliocentric model of the universe, this sort of thing. Whenever you hear helio something, it's always to do with the sun. Well, therefore, Elagabalus was later referred to as Heliogabalus, which is a combination of the names Helios and Elagabalus. Once again, quick maths. Well, according to Herodian, Emperor Macrinus effectively dealt with the potential challenge to his rule posed by the family of his murdered predecessor, Caracalla, by banishing them. Of course, Caracalla was, well, he was not quite a very popular emperor either. We'll get to him later, in another video. Julia Maesa, her 2 daughters, and her eldest grandson Elagabalus were sent into exile at their property in Emesa, Syria, and upon reaching Syria, Maesa immediately conspired with her advisor and Elagabalus's tutor, Gaius, to overthrow Macrinus and install the 14-year-old Elagabalus as the emperor. Well, Maesa fomented a rumor, which Soemias openly endorsed, asserting that Elagabalus was the illegitimate offspring of Caracalla and therefore merited the allegiance of Roman soldiers and senators who had pledged their loyalty to Caracalla. The soldiers of the 3rd Legion Gallica, stationed in Rafana, who had previously received more favorable treatment under Caracalla and harbored quite a bit of resentment towards Macrinus. Well, they may have been influenced or bribed by Maesa's wealth, too, to back the assertion, but, well, like I always say, a bit of money to grease the wheels always helps in these sorts of situations. Peel back the layers. You'll always find the deals under the table. On the morning of May 16th, 218, Elagabalus was officially proclaimed emperor by Publius Valerius Commodus, the legion's commander. In order to enhance his credibility, Elagabalus decided to assume the same imperial name as Caracalla, which was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. According to Cassius Dio, certain officers attempted to maintain the soldiers' allegiance to Macrinus, but it didn't work. Futile efforts, unfortunately. Praetorian prefect Ulpius Julianus retaliated by launching an assault on the 3rd Legion, presumably under the directive of Macrinus, although one source suggests he acted independently prior to Macrinus's awareness of the rebellion. Herodian implies that Macrinus failed to fully grasp the magnitude of the threat and regarded the rebellion as insignificant, a shrug of the shoulders. How far could they really make it? Well, amidst the conflict, the soldiers under Julianus's command assassinated their superiors, and then even they aligned themselves with Elagabalus's troops. And just like that, the ball was rolling. Macrinus requested the Roman Senate condemn Elagabalus as the false Antoninus, and they acquiesced, initiating hostilities against Elagabalus and his kin. Macrinus appointed his son Diadumenian as co-emperor, and endeavored to ensure the allegiance of the 2nd Legion by offering substantial monetary incentives. At a banquet held in Apamea to commemorate this occasion, a messenger delivered to Macrinus the decapitated head of the vanquished prefect Julianus. Consequently, Macrinus thought it was probably best to withdraw to Antioch, following which the 2nd Legion transferred its allegiance to Elagabalus too. Not looking good for him, isn't it? Well, on the 8th of June 218, Gaius, leading Elagabalus's legionaries, emerged victorious in the Battle of Antioch against Macrinus, Diadumenian, and their Praetorian Guard. Macrinus's troops lost their formation and scattered after he fled the battlefield. He then attempted to travel to Italy, but he was intercepted in the vicinity of Chalcedon and subsequently executed in Cappadocia. Similarly, Diadumenian was apprehended in Zeugma and similarly put to death. Can't get away with anything anymore, can't you? Well, in that particular month, Elagabalus sent a letter to the Senate, where he assumed the imperial titles without waiting for their approval, thus breaking with tradition. although this was a common practice among emperors in the 3rd century, but, the 3rd century was a little bit different, and certainly was a time where traditions were broken. Well, dispatched to Rome were letters of reconciliation, which offered amnesty to the Senate and acknowledged its laws, while also denouncing the governance of Macrinus and his son. Well, what choice did they have? The senators acquiesced by recognizing Elagabalus as the emperor and validating his assertion of being the child of Caracalla. Elagabalus was appointed as consul in June 218. Both Caracalla and Julia Domna were granted divine status by the Senate, and similarly both Julia Messa and Julia Soemias were promoted to the esteemed rank of Augustae. Additionally, the Senate erased any remembrance of Macrinus. Statues? Gone. See you later. Well, of course, this would happen to Elagabalus too, but, that's for later. Well, Elagabalus's imperial artifacts indicate that he directly succeeded Caracalla. Now, whether this was changed afterwards to fit the narrative or simply discovered, we don't quite know. But it seems that whatever Elagabalus had said, all of it was starting to conveniently show up some form of evidence. Oh, look at this old dusty tablet we just pulled out of the drawer. It has my name on it. See? How convenient. Not making any accusations against our friend Elagabalus. I'm just making observations. Do forgive me. Well, Comazon was designated as the commander of the Praetorian Guard, and you needed a good commander of the Praetorian Guard you could trust, because they killed quite a few emperors themselves once they became impatient with them. Elagabalus was bestowed the title of Pater Patriae by the Senate prior to July the 13th, 218, and on July the 14th he was officially admitted into all Roman priesthoods. That includes the College of Pontiffs, where he was appointed as Pontifex Maximus, the top job. He temporarily resided in Antioch, seemingly to suppress multiple uprisings. Cassius Dio enumerates several events, which historian in modern times Fergus Miller situates before the winter of 218 to 219. Among these accounts, one of them was written by Gellius Maximus, the commander of the 4th Legion, who was subsequently executed. Another was authored by Verus, the commander of the 3rd Legion Gallica, which was dissolved after the rebellion was suppressed. According to Herodian, Elagabalus and his group stayed in Bithynia at Nicomedia during the winter of 218 to 219. They then journeyed through Thrace and Moesia to Italy in the first half of 219, which was the year of Elagabalus's 2nd consulship. According to Herodian, Elagabalus allegedly arranged for a painting of himself to be transported to Rome and displayed above a statue of the goddess Victoria in the Senate House. The purpose of this was to prevent people from being taken aback by his attire, which was influenced by Eastern culture, not the typical get-up for a Roman emperor. But you spend a couple of months in Antioch. You're bound to get used to it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, and, well, when in Syria, you know how it goes. However, it does remain uncertain whether such a painting truly existed. In fact, Cassius Dio does not make any reference to it. And if the painting was indeed displayed above Victoria, it placed senators in a situation where they appeared to be making offerings to Elagabalus instead of the goddess when they made their religious ceremonies, which of course presents a bit of a problem. And, well, I'm sure Victoria would not be very happy about it either. While en route to Rome, Elagabalus and his allies carried out the execution of several influential backers of Macrinus, including Fabius Agrippinus, the governor of Syria, and Claudius Attalus Patercullianus, the former governor of Thrace. In August or the early September of 219, Elagabalus finally arrived at the imperial capital and performed an adventus, which you've probably seen in the movies. You know, when the emperor comes back, the gates open, everyone lines the streets, throws the rose petals. It's a ceremonial entrance to the city. It's a big event. That is the adventus. Well, in Rome, the majority of the Roman upper class accepted his offer of amnesty, although the jurist Ulpian was forced into exile. Elagabalus appointed Commodus as the praetorian prefect, and subsequently as consul in 220, and prefect of the city on 3 occasions from 220 to 222. Dio considered this to be a breach of Roman customs. In 220, Elagabalus personally served as a consul for the 3rd consecutive year, and according to Herodian and the Augustan history, he caused dissatisfaction among many people by granting influential positions to his allies, basically rounding up all of his best friends and giving them all the best jobs. Well, we're sure glad that that has never happened again in politics. Spoiler alert, it happens all the time. Well, anyway, he constructed the imperial palace at Horti Spe Veteris by incorporating the adjacent land that he had inherited from his father, Sextus Varius Marcellus. This location was chosen as his preferred getaway, and he constructed it similar to Nero's Domus Aurea project, as an expansive suburban villa consisting of multiple buildings and landscaped areas. It was the highest luxury at the time, the greatest home that one could have imagined. Well, he included the Amphitheatrum Castrense, which he personally built, as well as the Circus Vallianus Hippodrome, showing his intense fascination with circuses and his habit of driving chariots within the villa. He actually competed in chariot races too, and he used the family name Varius. Cassius Dio goes on to assert that Elagabalus expressed a desire to wed a charioteer named Hierocles and appoint him as Caesar, similar to his previous intention to marry Gaius and designate him as Caesar. Dio reports that the athlete Aurelius Zoticus had a romantic relationship with Elagabalus and served as his cubicularius, which is a non-administrative position. I'm sure he was very busy. Well, however, according to the Augustan history, Zoticus was not only Elagabalus's husband, but he also held significant political power. Initially, Elagabalus had strong relationships with his mother, Julia Suemias, and grandmother Julia Maesa. They were influential allies right from the start, but Macrinus, along with Elagabalus, declared war on them. Consequently, they were the initial women granted access to the Senate, and each of them obtained senatorial designations. Soemias received the recognized title of Clarissima, while Maesa was given the unconventional title of Mater Castrorum et Senatus, meaning Mother of the Army Camp and of the Senate. Throughout his reign, they exerted significant influence over the young emperor, and their presence can be observed on numerous coins and inscriptions, a distinction rarely bestowed upon Roman women. Well, during Elagabalus's reign, the Roman aurei and denarii experienced a gradual decrease in value, with the silver purity of the denarius dropping from 58 to 46%, and that's a huge drop. However, Antoninii coins had a higher metal content compared to the time of Caracalla. Since the rule of Septimius Severus, the veneration of the sun had grown in popularity across the entire empire. In 220, Elagabalus officially designated Elagabal as the principal god of the Roman pantheon, potentially coinciding with the winter solstice. Elagabalus held the official title of Pontifex Maximus, and the full title was quite convoluted. It was highest priest of the unconquered god, the sun Elagabal, supreme pontiff. They've got a full Latin name, but I'll spare you and myself the trouble. It's quite long. Well, the fact that a deity from another country was being worshipped more than Jupiter, with Elagabalus serving as the main priest. You can imagine how well this sat with many Romans. Surprised, at best, disgusted, at worst. And I would say that most people were of course quite worried too, that this would bring forth some kind of divine retribution. Well, in order to show respect for the Roman religion, Elagabalus chose to associate either Astarte, Minerva, Urania, or a combination of the three as a consort to Elagabal. An alliance between Elagabal and a conventional goddess would have effectively enhanced the connection between the emerging religion and the imperial cult. There might have been a deliberate attempt to replace Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva with Elagabal, Urania, and Athena as the new Capitoline triad of Rome. Well, it wasn't enough that he caused this ruckus. He caused quite a lot more dissatisfaction when he wedded Aquilia Severa, a Vestal virgin, who was the high priestess of Vesta, and asserted that their marriage would result in offspring with divine qualities, basically birthing demigods, like what we have with the legendary Hercules and Perseus, this kind of thing. And of course this was not on. You couldn't just go around making these sorts of claims, a blatant violation of Roman law and tradition, which dictated that any Vestal found to have participated in sexual intercourse was to be burned or buried alive. Well, an opulent sanctuary known as the Elagabalium was constructed on the eastern slope of the Palatine Hill to accommodate Elagabal, who was symbolized by a dark conical meteorite originating from Emesa. According to Herodian, the stone is venerated as if it were a divine gift. It has some small protrusions and markings the people interpret as a crude representation of the sun, which they believe to be, once again, divinely ordained. Dio reports that Elagabalus, in his pursuit of greater devotion as the high priest of Elagabal in the new Roman pantheon, underwent circumcision and made a solemn vow to refrain from consuming pork. And may I remind you, no anesthetics back then, unless you got extremely drunk. Still, that would not good for anybody involved. Well, he compelled the senators to observe as he performed a dance, encircling the altar of Elagabal, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of drums and cymbals, which I'm sure everybody was very impressed. Every year on the summer solstice he organized a festival in honor of the deity, which did actually gain popularity among the general public, due to the distribution of complimentary food during these events, but it seems more like a bribe to get people to show up. During the festival, Elagabalus placed the black stone on a chariot that was decorated with gold and jewels. He then proceeded to parade the chariot through the city. The divinity was transported in a chariot pulled by 6 majestic horses, which were remarkably large and perfectly white. The horses were adorned with luxurious golden accessories and opulent decorations. There was no one controlling the reins or riding in the chariot. The vehicle was accompanied as if the deity himself was in control, and Elagabalus exhibited a retrograde motion, positioning himself in front of the chariot, directly facing the deity and firmly grasping the reins of the horses. He completed the entire journey in this inverted manner, gazing upwards into the face of his deity. The holiest artifacts of the Roman religion were relocated from their individual sanctuaries to the Elagabalium. These included the symbol of the Great Mother, the eternal flame of Vesta, the sacred shields of the Sali, and the Palladium. This was done to ensure that no other deity could be worshipped independently of Elagabal. Despite facing widespread ridicule from his contemporaries, the native cult practiced by him gained popularity among the soldiers, and was subsequently endorsed by several emperors in the future. The inquiry into Elagabalus's sexual orientation and gender identity is muddled due to quite a few sensational and untrustworthy sources. According to Cassius Dio, Elagabalus had a total of 5 marriages, including one instance where he married the same woman twice. He had also 3 wives in succession. His first wife, Julia Cornelia Pola, was married to him before the 29th of August 219. However, between that date and the 28th of August 220, he divorced her and married Julia Aquilia Severa, the Vestal Virgin which we mentioned earlier. But he later divorced Severa and married a third wife, Annia Aurelia Faustina. According to Herodian, Faustina was a descendant of Marcus Aurelius and the widow of Pomponius Bassus, a man whom Elagabalus had recently executed. Imagine that. Somebody kills your husband, and then as your husband is looking down from wherever he is, says, "Don't worry, darling, I'll watch over you. Hey, what are you doing marrying the man who just killed me?" Salt in the wound. Well, during the final year of his reign, Elagabalus terminated his marriage with Annia Faustina and entered into a new marital union with Aquilia Severa. Dio asserts that Hierocles, a former slave and chariot driver from Caria, was another spouse of Elagabalus. According to the Augustan history, Elagabalus is also said to have married a man named Zoticus, who was an athlete from Smyrna. However, Dio mentions that Zoticus served Elagabalus as cubicularius. Dio asserts that Elagabalus engaged in the act of selling himself within taverns and brothels, also the palace itself. Wild claims, which lead some people to raise a few eyebrows. It's very easy to write that sort of thing after somebody is dead and gone. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's not true. It's just a pretty bold claim. Well, some authors propose that Elagabalus potentially identified as a female, and he may have even pursued sexual reassignment surgery. Dio asserts that Elagabalus derived great pleasure from being referred to as Hierocles' mistress, wife, or queen, and according to reports, the emperor adorned himself with cosmetics and an artificial wig, expressing a preference for being addressed as a lady rather than a lord, and allegedly offered significant amounts of money to any doctor who could surgically make his dream a reality, without going into too much detail. Several historians, such as Mary Beard, Zachary Hers, and Martin Ix, approached these accounts with quite a bit of skepticism. It's mainly because the sources for Elagabalus' life were often biased against him and not reliable. But it does make one wonder, if they were going to level accusations, why these accusations in particular? It wasn't like you couldn't just say that he was a cruel and terrible emperor and nobody liked him. That was usually the treatment that most got. That he wasted public money and was blasphemous, all the rest. But these specific allegations. Now, one thing that we could say, if he did have some feminine proclivities, perhaps they sort of took the ball and ran with it. Said, well, maybe we can tack some other things on to make him seem like he was this way or that way, and to sort of tar him in the eyes of the conservative Roman leadership and the general public too. Well, moving on. Now, in November 2023, the North Hertfordshire Museum in Hitchin, United Kingdom, actually made an announcement stating that Elagabalus would be recognized as transgender, and therefore addressed using female pronouns in his exhibits. But that basically means that whenever they would write his name down, instead of saying his, they would say her, or they would use she instead of him. Well, this decision was based on claims that the emperor had expressed the desire to be referred to as a lady rather than a lord. I'm not sure if that museum is still doing that. I assume that they still are. Not sure what exhibits they have. Well, he also incited the hostility of Roman elites in the Praetorian Guard, not just due to this behavior we just mentioned, but the foreignness of it. It seemed like he was just not very Roman. Added to that with a sprinkling of those religious provocations, more than a few raised eyebrows. While upon observing the decline in popular support for Emperor Elagabalus, his grandmother Julia Mesa concluded that it was necessary to replace him and his mother, who had supported his religious ideas. Instead, she sought out her other daughter, Julia Avita Mamea, and her grandson, the 15-year-old Severus Alexander, as possible options. She successfully persuaded Elagabalus to designate his cousin Alexander as his successor, and bestow upon the young boy the title of Caesar. Alexander was promoted to the rank of Caesar in June of 221, potentially on the 26th of that month. Elagabalus and Alexander were both appointed as consul designatus for the upcoming year. Elagabalus assumed his fourth consulship in the year 222, and Alexander co-shared the consulship with the emperor during that particular year. But nevertheless, Elagabalus reassessed this agreement when he started to harbor suspicions that the Praetorian Guard exhibited a preference for his cousin over him. Well, he orchestrated multiple assassination attempts on Alexander, but he was unable to secure the Senate's consent to remove Alexander's shared title. Dio reports that Elagabalus fabricated the rumor of Alexander's impending demise with the intention of observing the Praetorians' response. Well, either way, a riot broke out, prompting the guard to demand the presence of Elagabalus and Alexander at the Praetorian camp right away. On the 13th of March, the emperor acquiesced and publicly introduced his cousin, along with his own mother, Julia Soemias. Upon their arrival, soldiers enthusiastically cheered for Alexander, while completely disregarding Elagabalus. In response, Elagabalus commanded the immediate arrest and execution of all individuals involved in this act of defiance. As a reaction, the Praetorian Guard assaulted Elagabalus and his mother. Well, he tried to escape, and he would have succeeded by hiding in a little chest, but he was found and killed. He was only 18 years old. His mother, who was hugging him tightly at the time, died alongside him, and their heads were severed, and their bodies, after being stripped, were dragged throughout the city. The mother's body was discarded somewhere along the road, while his body was thrown into the Tiber River. Well, after he was assassinated, numerous associates of his were either executed or removed from power. The purges were about to begin. It's always that way when an emperor gets assassinated. Well, old Heracles, remember him? He was put to death, and quite quickly too. The religious decrees he issued were also overturned, and the Elagabalus stone, well, luckily they didn't destroy it, but they did return it to Emesa, sending it back home. It's funny, and kind of ironic, that the thing that had caused so much trouble actually got the most fair treatment, sent safely on its way completely undamaged. But poor old Heracles, well, he was put to death in a very violent manner, one can assume. Well, it wasn't all good news, though. Women were once again prohibited from attending Senate meetings, back to the old days. Well, in his case, the practice of damnatio memoriae, which involves deliberately erasing any mention or memory of a disgraced individual who was once prominent, was immediately implemented, and they wasted no time. Various images, including a statue of him as Hercules that is larger than life and currently located in Naples, were modified by replacing the original face with that of Alexander Severus. Well, just before we finish up, where exactly do we get all of this information from? Let's talk about the ancient sources before we go. An account of Elagabalus in great detail was written by, I'm sure you know, Cassius Dio, and he lived from around 229 CE to the middle of the 2nd century. Dio, hailing from aristocratic lineage, dedicated a significant portion of his life to serving the public, and he held the position of senator during the reign of Emperor Commodus, later becoming the governor of Smyrna after the death of Septimius Severus. Subsequently, he served as suffect consul around 205, and held the positions of proconsul in Africa and Pannonia. Dio's Roman history covers a period of almost 1,000 years. It's very extensive, starting from the arrival of Aeneas in Italy and ending in the year 229. Dio's contemporaneous record of Elagabalus's reign is widely regarded as more trustworthy than the Augustan history or other accounts from the same era. However, it's important we remember Dio himself acknowledges that he was mostly absent from Rome during this period and had to rely completely on second-hand information. Well, moreover, the politics following the rule of Elagabalus, along with Dio's prominent role in the government of Severus Alexander, who held him in great regard and reinstated him as consul, probably had a negative impact on the accuracy of this particular section of his historical account. Dio frequently uses the name Sardanapalus to refer to Elagabalus, and this is done partly to differentiate him from the god with the same name, but mainly to contribute the condemnation of his memory, and to link him with another ruler who was also known for a equally debauched lifestyle. Well, Dio's account has been characterized by some modern historians, namely Claire Rowan, as dependable information mixed with literary hyperbole, highlighting that Elagabalus's marriages and tenure as consul are verified by numismatic and epigraphical records, and Dio's account is flawed in certain cases. For example, he incorrectly claims that Elagabalus appointed completely unqualified officials, and that Commodus lacked military experience before being appointed as the head of the Praetorian Guard. But in reality, Commodus had previously commanded the 3rd Legion, and that certainly counts as experience. The 3rd Legion is no joke. Dio provides varying narratives in different locations regarding the timing and individuals responsible for bestowing imperial names and titles upon Diadumenian, whom Elagabalus battled against. It's also been stated that Dio's portrayal of the emperor was not intended to be accurate, and this is a viewpoint supported by a few modern historians, namely Martin Ix and Josiah Osgood. Well, Herodian, a Roman civil servant, lived from approximately 170 to 240, and that makes him a direct contemporary of Elagabalus. The book, titled History of the Roman Empire since Marcus Aurelius, often referred to as Roman history, provides a first-hand narrative of the rule of Commodus up until the start of Gordian III's reign. The work of the author significantly coincides with Dio's Roman history. Although the texts were written independently, they frequently occur regarding Elagabalus and his brief yet eventful rule. It's possible that Herodian utilized Dio's work as a reference for certain aspects of his narrative concerning Elagabalus. Now, lastly, the Historia Augusta serves as the primary source for numerous accounts of Elagabalus's immoral behavior. Well, although it is important to note that some of these claims are subject to controversy, the Historia Augusta was probably composed in the late 4th century, during the rule of Emperor Theodosius I. The historical accuracy of the account of Elagabalus in the Historia Augustus is uncertain. Historians generally agree that sections 13 to 17, which discuss the downfall of Elagabalus, are less disputed. The author of the most scandalous narratives in the Historia Augusta acknowledges that both these events and certain other incredulous accounts were, in my opinion, fabricated by individuals seeking to discredit Heliogabalus in order to gain favor with Alexander. The Historia Augusta is commonly attributed to a sole author, who employed various pseudonyms throughout the text. This author has been characterized as a fantasist who fabricated significant portions of the historical narratives. And with that being said, can you really believe anything I've just told you? I suppose it all boils down to keeping an open mind. We're not going to get too bogged down. This is a YouTube channel, not a university classroom. Of course, the comments are the best peer review. But every aspect of Elagabalus, whether it be alleged or proven, I think it's worth talking about, regardless of how out there it seems. Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus. You probably know him as Caligula, the Roman emperor from AD 37 to 41, often remembered for his eccentric and erratic rule. Coming to power as the successor to his great-uncle Tiberius, Caligula initially showed promise with acts that restored the practice of democratic elections and public spectacles, which endeared him to the people. However, things changed. His reign quickly descended into controversy and chaos, marked by financial extravagance, bizarre personal behavior, and ruthless political purges. His reign, though short-lived, offers a fascinating insight into the dangers of absolute power and its impact on Roman imperial policies and governance, and deserves to be talked about in a great amount of detail, which is exactly what I'm going to do. A video longer than the usual. Let me first welcome you to the channel. For the newcomers, allow me to say nice to meet you, and for those coming back, appreciate you being here again with me. Supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the channel, and you're already doing that. A click on the like and subscribe certainly helps more people enjoy it, and if you want to go a bit further, There's a merch shop and a couple of links in the description. But for now, let's just get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. Born on August 31st in 12 AD in Antium, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, known as Caligula, was one of 6 grandchildren of Germanicus and Agrippina the Elder to survive infancy. His father was actually Mark Antony's grandson, and his mother was a direct descendant of Augustus, so that's quite a lineage. His family also included 2 older brothers, that being Drusus and Nero. He also had 3 younger sisters, Agrippina the Younger, Julia Drusilla, and Julia Livilla. And his uncle? Well, he was the future Emperor Claudius, a topic for another video I'm sure you'll be interested in. Now, what about Caligula's growing up? Well, from a very young age, he was of course immersed in military life. In fact, he accompanied his father on campaigns all the way into Germania from the age of 2 or 3 years old. Not usually a place to bring your kid to work, but, well, that's just how it was. In fact, his mother found it perhaps humorous, or maybe some other reason, we're not sure, to dress him up in a miniature soldier's uniform, a complete replica of a Roman legionnaire, on a little 3-year-old, which earned him the nickname Caligula, which actually means little boots from the soldiers. There is one historian, Alois Winterling, who we will be referring to a little bit throughout this talk, who suggests that while Caligula initially enjoyed the soldiers' affection, he later resented the nickname, as it reminded him of his diminutive stature and youth amid the military hardships. Of course, if you can think about any nickname your uncle gave you when you were a young lad or a young lass, well, you don't want that carried through all the way into your adulthood. It's kind of cringe. Anyway, Germanicus, a revered figure in Rome, and viewed as Emperor Tiberius's successor, was celebrated with a Roman triumph, where young Caligula and his siblings rode in their father's chariot. However, Germanicus's promising career seemed to end abruptly when he died in AD 19 in Antioch, suspected of being poisoned by the provincial governor Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso, amid rumors of Tiberius' involvement, but they couldn't really prove it. Either way, after the death of Germanicus, his remains, after his cremation, were returned to Rome and interred in the mausoleum of Augustus. Back in Rome, Caligula's mother, Agrippina, harbored her own ambitions for her family, causing tensions with Tiberius, who came to saw her as a threat. This led to her and her son Nero being accused of treason and thrown out of Rome, banished in AD 29, while Caligula was left under the care of his great-grandmother Livia, and later his grandmother Antonia Minor. Tiberius declared Caligula's brothers to be public enemies. They found Drusus eventually, and they threw him in prison, and Nero was exiled. In AD 31, Caligula was summoned to Capri to live under Tiberius's direct supervision at Villa Jovis. Not a bad place to be. Well, despite the precariousness of his situation, he rather skillfully presented himself as a model servant. But of course, in secret, he had despised how Tiberius had treated his family. Can't really blame him, bearing some deep grudges. Well, under Tiberius's scrutiny, Caligula found an important ally in Naevius Sutorius Macro, the Praetorian prefect, who had previously facilitated the downfall of Sejanus. Macro served as a critical intermediary between the emperor and the Senate, and Philo, a Jewish diplomat present at Caligula's court, observed that Macro worked to mitigate any suspicions Tiberius might have held towards Caligula. In AD 33, at only 20 years old, Caligula was granted an honorary quaestorship by Tiberius, marking his entry into the cursus honorum and setting him on the path towards eventually getting a consulship. But his role, however, did remain largely ceremonial until his sudden rise to emperor. During this period, Caligula faced a lot of personal upsets and tragedies, as his mother and brother Drusus died in captivity, and his other brother Nero also died in exile. In that same year, Tiberius arranged for Caligula to marry Junia Claudilia, a daughter of a prominent senator, to strengthen his political alliances. But tragically, Claudilia died in childbirth the following year, and the newborn also did not survive. By 39 AD, Tiberius named Caligula and his own grandson, Tiberius Gemellus, as joint heirs to his estate, though he did question Gemellus's capacity to govern due to his youth and inexperience. Historians like Philo and Suetonius offer their own insights into Tiberius's perceptions around Caligula. Now, starting with Tiberius, while he saw some potential in him, he was also cautious of Caligula's unpredictable and possibly cruel nature. Bit of a foreshadowing, of course. Suetonius specifically highlighted Tiberius's concerns about Caligula's erratic behavior and propensity for cruelty, suggesting that Tiberius had hoped to engage him in the arts. Maybe that'll soften him up a little bit. Nothing helps a boy with that rather than painting, you know what I mean? Well, he famously likened Caligula to a viper, predicting disaster for both himself and the empire. Tiberius's health began to decline, and during that decline there was a good deal of speculation that he intended to disinherit Caligula. But he died before any such plans could be enacted on the 16th of March 37 AD, amid controversy and widespread unpopularity, and right before the Liberalia festival. Suetonius and Tacitus suggest that his death might have been hastened by Caligula, and possibly Macro. However, Philo and Josephus maintain that he died of natural causes. Well, following his death, Caligula was quickly proclaimed emperor by the Praetorian Guard at Misenum, and his status as the head of the Domus Caesarus and Pater Familias was also confirmed by the Senate, who also acclaimed him as imperator. Upon his return to Rome, the Senate granted him the extensive powers once held by Augustus, despite his limited political experience. The Senate's decision to confer such extensive authority on the young and frankly untested emperor was something that Rome had never seen before. Initially, Caligula showed a bit of restraint, refraining from adopting his new titles until his forced formal Senate meeting, likely aiming to alleviate the concerns of senators who were weary of the political machinations that had brought him to power, and there were still those rumors about him hastening the death of Tiberius, but once again, not proven. Either way, he was now endowed with the power to legislate or ignore any laws that he wanted. His reign began with significant autonomy. Initially, his approach as emperor was judicious and deliberate. He suggested the Senate deify Tiberius, a proposal that they quickly rejected, reflecting their disdain for the late emperor, a sentiment that Caligula gracefully accepted without much of a fuss. But he honored Tiberius in his own way with a state funeral and a very sincere eulogy, aiming to show his respect for the formalities of the role. Well, upon assuming power, the Senate quickly nullified Tiberius's will, which had designated 2 heirs on the grounds of his alleged mental unfitness. With guidance from Macro, Caligula adeptly navigated his new responsibilities, engaging in routine imperial duties like public greetings, banquets, and official ceremonies. By the 1st of July, a little over 2 months after his ascension, he took on his first consulship, initially declining the title of Pater Patriae due to his youth, but later in that year, on September the 21st, he accepted the role. Well, quite early in his reign, he was universally accepted as a promising ruler, drawing acclaim from across the empire, as noted by the contemporary historian Philo. His popularity was bolstered by his direct descent from the revered Germanicus, and of course his stark contrast to the unpopular Tiberius. The initial months of his rule were thus marked by general jubilation, leading Philo to describe this period as a golden age of joy and prosperity. Though he set aside Tiberius's will legally, Caligula respected many of its terms, such as doubling the legacy payments to the Praetorian Guard, enhancing his image as a benevolent ruler. His generosity extended to the city's troops and the broader citizenry of Rome, for whom he also announced ambitious architectural projects, particularly on the Palatine Hill. Caligula also took the notable step of burning Tiberius's secret papers, which contained sensitive details of his senatorial betrayals. Swept that one under the rug pretty quickly. He claimed that he had not read the documents before their destruction, presenting his actions as a move towards transparency. His reforms streamlined judicial processes in Rome, increased the number of jurors, and relaxed protocols for confirming sentences, promoting these changes as a return to a more lawful governance. To strengthen his connection to Augustus, Caligula reinterred his mother and brothers in the mausoleum of Augustus, and honored his sisters and relatives with political and priestly roles, including Claudius, who had been sidelined during the reign of Tiberius. He demonstrated his reverence for his imperial lineage by initiating a temple dedicated to Livia, Augustus's deified widow, and then he appointed Claudius as his consular colleague during his first consulship. In late October 37 AD, Caligula found himself seriously ill, plunging into a critical condition for about a month, which many thought would do him in. The public responded, of course, with profound concern, flocking to sacred sites and praying fervently for his recovery. Some citizens even vowed to sacrifice their own lives if it would bring about his well-being. But he recovered, and upon the recovery, Caligula seemingly initiated a purge against those he suspected of disloyalty during his illness, those who he thought were trying to shoehorn themselves into power prematurely, indicating a shift towards a more retaliatory and suspicious posture in his governance. He was never quite the same after those months when he was ill. Now the position of Tiberius Gemellus, co-heir and adopted by Caligula, quickly became untenable when he was forced to take his own life after being accused of treason for allegedly taking an antidote against poison, an act interpreted as suspicion of Caligula's intent to poison him. This was part of Caligula's broader purge that included the execution of his former father-in-law, Silanus, who was also a distinguished senator. There was also the matter of the compelled life-taking of Naevius Sutorius Macro, the Praetorian prefect, crucial to Caligula's own ascent in early 38 AD, not treating friends very kindly, unfortunately. Well, 38 AD, Caligula named one Marcus Aemilius Lepidus his new heir, and arranged his marriage to his beloved sister Drusilla. But Drusilla died suddenly on June the 19th, 38 AD, and her subsequent deification as Panthea, or all goddesses, being Pan for all and Thea for goddess, whatever, profoundly affected Caligula, of course. Losing your sister, not good. Well, along with the losses of Antonia and the after-effects of his own severe illness, these events marked a significant shift in his rule. We may view these developments not as a decline from a good start, if we may call it that, but more as reflective of a complex and deliberate regime influenced by Tiberius's legacy and tactics. Now, under Caligula's enthusiasm for public entertainments, like gladiatorial contests and chariot races, well, they managed to win him quite a bit of favor among the lower classes and young aristocrats. Bread and circuses tends to get people on your side. Still going into our modern day. Look around you. Well, Caligula actively participated in these events, even training as a gladiator and staging extravagant games, behavior that Roman elites found inappropriate for an emperor, much reminiscent of the acts of Commodus. Now, initially maintaining cordial relations with the Senate, Caligula's rapport deteriorated following actions like Silanus's enforced taking of his own life. Over time, he increasingly encroached on senatorial privileges, reflecting Tiberius's dismissive attitude towards the Senate. And he also welcomed back performers exiled under Tiberius, favoring the loyalty of commoners over the backstabbing of the aristocracy. Furthermore, he expanded the equestrian order by including wealthy individuals from across the empire, selectively vetting them for integrity, while often overlooking minor offenses. This strategy not only revitalized the order, but also ensured these new men were indebted to him, owing him favors for quite a long time to be called up when need be. This, of course, shifted the Senate's composition and its loyalties. A long-term strategy, for sure. The treatment of the equestrian order under Caligula is subject to quite a few different interpretations. One modern historian, Barrett, points out that the offences for which equestrians were punished were frequently minor, yet the consequences were harsh and sensationalized. In contrast, Cassius Dio describes a chaotic episode at a circus where over 26 equestrians were killed, a narrative similarly recounted by Suetonius, though Suetonius reports a slightly lower number of casualties, and it was mainly due to an accident, being a crowd crush incident. Well, his reign was also marked by dramatic shifts in his relationship with both the elite and the common people. He notably forced senators and equestrians to participate as combatants in gladiatorial games, a radical departure from Roman norms that traditionally reserved such roles for non-elite individuals. If you can imagine the House of the Senate in the United States, all of a sudden you would say to Mr. Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio or Marjorie Taylor Greene, perhaps, that they had to fight it out in battle in the UFC octagon. You can imagine how ridiculous this is. Well, that was what was going on under Caligula's reign, to put it into a more modern perspective. Well, the laws of AD 19, which prevented members of the upper classes from appearing in such public spectacles, were, of course, ignored during his rule, with a shrug of the shoulders. I'm the emperor, I do what I want. Well, one striking incident occurred during his severe illness when two citizens, including an equestrian, vowed to fight as gladiators if Caligula were to recover. Of course, he did recover, and he found that this was quite amusing, so he insisted that they fulfill their vows, a decision that's been described as a cynical amusement with their insincere promises. This episode shows again Caligula's complex interaction with the classes of the privileged and the general populace, often blending his disdain with this dark sense of humor. In 38 AD, Caligula made several significant policy shifts, including lifting censorship and publicly disclosing detailed accounts of state expenditures, a move lauded by Suetonius as unprecedented. He restored the popular assembly's authority to elect magistrates, previously curtailed under Tiberius and Augustus, allowing officials like aediles to finance grand spectacles. While very popular among the masses, of course, these changes caused a good deal of concern among the more prudent citizens, who were worried about potential economic mismanagement and, of course, the instability that comes with it. Their worries were, well, quite well-founded, it seems. Despite initial support for these reforms, resistance from the Senate led Caligula to retract the electoral rights from the assembly, maintaining his ultimate control over candidate selection. His governance style was erratic, to say the least, open to advice, but sensitive to perceived slights and criticisms, exemplified by his sharp retort when challenged, and I quote, "Who dares teach me?" Probably not many, I assume. Well, Caligula also proposed transforming Jerusalem's temple into a shrine for the imperial cult, envisioning himself as Zeus. Seems to be a common thing among rulers who were sort of taking power a bit beyond the prescribed boundaries. This plan was abandoned, however, due to anticipated strong opposition and potential economic repercussions. His rule also displayed generosity and practicality. He aided those who were impacted by fires, abolished an unpopular sales tax, and decreed that bequests to office holders remain with the office, not personal assets. However, it's unclear whether his early extravagant gifts were funded from his personal fortune or from state coffers. Financially, his first year saw him spend a vast sum of 2.7 billion sesterces, resulting in a significant deficit. To mitigate this, he took drastic measures, including confiscating wealthy Roman estates through various pretexts and, in extreme cases, executions on trumped-up charges. This aggressive fiscal policy escalated his disputes with the Senate by early AD 39. Despite these challenges, historian Dio suggests that the financial crisis began in AD 39 due to Caligula's excessive spendings on projects such as a lavish bridge at Baiae, which was more of a vanity project rather than one of practicality. While Suetonius also indicates the strain started quite earlier in 38 AD. There is a modern perspective that counters the narrative of a depleted treasury, however, one from Wilkinson, noting that the continuous issuance of coins suggests ongoing financial activity, albeit with blurred lines between personal and state funds. Now on to the reign of Caligula's successor, that being Claudius, which further contradicts the notion of a bankrupt state. Upon taking power in AD 41, Claudius managed to abolish certain taxes, initiate costly infrastructure projects, and make substantial monetary gifts to the Praetorian Guard, indicating that despite Caligula's extravagances, he may have left the treasury in a relatively stable condition. Caligula's financial strategies increasingly strained Rome's economy, as his lavish spending far exceeded the available revenues, leading him to implement a variety of new taxes, while abolishing some unpopular ones. But of course, with every tax cut, there was always a new one that was added underneath. So you can take away the unpopular taxes and kind of trick people into thinking they're getting a good deal. This seems to be a strategy that's continued into our modern era, unfortunately. Anyway, unlike his predecessors, who employed professional tax collectors, who were known as publicani, Caligula assigned tax collection duties to the formidable Praetorian Guard, significantly enhancing state revenues. Of course, how could you say no to them? Think about it. If you were dealing with your normal accountant, you have the guy in the beige suit with his glasses and a 3-day growth. Not too intimidating. Well, if you have the police show up at your house with the batons in their hands and gun on the hip, well, perhaps you'd be paying your taxes with a bit more haste than usual. While Dio and Suetonius detailed the burdensome and diverse taxes introduced by Caligula, which targeted a wide range of economic activities. He imposed taxes on essentials like taverns, artists, and food vendors, personal and professional activities including litigation, weddings, and labor hiring, and even the incomes of night walkers, as we will call them on this channel, and managers as well. Now, additionally, he eliminated the tax exemptions traditionally granted to citizens of provincial Italy, imposing direct taxation to fund military efforts, which historically Italians had been exempt from. You can imagine that with all of these new policies, he was not becoming very popular. These extensive new taxes effectively doubled the tax burden during Caligula's reign and led to widespread public resentment. Josephus mentions protests at the circus that allegedly led to mass executions, though historian Barrett suggests such accounts might be exaggerated. Caligula also laid claim to inheritances, asserting that any assets or money left to his predecessor Tiberius, if uncollected at Tiberius's death, would immediately pass to him. Extending Roman legal principles, he claimed a portion of every will made by his subjects as a due to the state. This practice even applied to those who were in the military, while centurions were expected to bequeath part of their estates to the emperor, and those who failed to leave sufficient bequests or had acquired property through plunder were forced to forfeit these to the state. Suetonius and Dio recount that Caligula established a brothel in the imperial palace that even involved members of the Roman aristocracy. Pretty scandalous, don't you think? Well, a modern historian, McGinn, views these as possibly exaggerated from a single event. Perhaps there was a party thrown and word spread and, well, the fish just keeps getting bigger with whoever tells the story. Cassius Dio, however, in AD 40, notes that nobles living in palace apartments paid high rents for proximity to the emperor, and Praetorian protection does not mention a brothel. Suetonius describes this as a distortion of the traditional client-patron dynamic, with Caligula manipulating social rituals to extract payments. These friends, as we may call them, or rather obliged aristocrats, had to keep detailed records of payments and dues, under the guise of punishing the Senate's supposed treachery. Caligula's agents solicited individual gifts to confirm personal loyalties, rendering non-compliance completely unthinkable. It was a bribe, basically. You get yourself into trouble, or, well, perhaps you weren't doing anything wrong, but there is a perception that you have. If you want to change that perception, well, you'll have to give us something that glosses over the perceived slight. And Winterling portrays these residents as virtual hostages, under strict guard from the Praetorians, with those unable to pay facing predatory loans, further undermining Rome's elite, particularly targeting prestigious Roman families. Despite criticisms, many of Caligula's fiscal measures persisted beyond his reign. The military's involvement in tax collection, of course, continued, and the tax on night walkers remained effective until Severus Alexander's rule. Caligula's policy that bequests to an emperor were imperial property was institutionalized under Antoninus Pius, reflecting his lasting influence on legal and fiscal frameworks. Historians Suetonius and Dio take at face value the stories of a palace brothel staffed by aristocrats and their families, and it's no wonder they do. It seems a little bit out there. Now, modern historian McGinn also suggests these accounts may have been embellished from an isolated incident, a pattern that was also seen with emperors such as Commodus and Elagabalus. Dio's AD 40 narrative mentions noble tenants in palace suites paying excessive rents for the privilege of just living near the emperor. but there's nothing about any extra services. Now, Suetonius depicts Caligula inverting the traditional roles, accepting maintenance payments from aristocrats during social interactions. An extensive network required careful tracking of the payments, and Caligula's representatives would accuse the Senate of treachery and then request these gifts to demonstrate loyalty. A bad situation for anybody around. Well, of course, there were biographers at the time who mocked Caligula's taxes, but many of them persisted after his death. His coinage strategy combined continuity with a bit of innovation, adhering to the monetary framework of Augustus and Tiberius, while introducing some unique designs and themes. He initially continued minting precious metal coins at Lugdunum, but possibly moved this operation to Rome around 37 AD, a change that might have occurred under Nero's rule. Base metal coin production remained consistent in Rome throughout his reign. His coins often featured his family, including Divus Augustus, his parents Germanicus and Agrippina, and his siblings, showing his Julian and Claudian lineage and promoting imperial unity. However, by 39 AD, due to the growing distrust, he removed his sisters from the Sesterci, reflecting suspicions about their loyalty. He also issued a sesterce celebrating the Praetorian cohorts, which reinforced their allegiance. Economically, his coinage included a quadrans, symbolizing the abolition of the ducenstima sales tax. His coins are rare today, actually, likely due to limited production during his short reign, rather than formal condemnation. Common designs feature deities and family members, including Vesta, Germanicus, and Agrippina the Elder, with the prevalent as featuring his grandfather Agrippa. Additionally, he maintained the Caesarea Mint in Cappadocia, established by Tiberius to produce silver drachmae for military expenses. Despite this, his coins critiqued for declining artistic quality by numismatists like Harold Mattingly showed less finesse than those of Tiberius and Claudius. The workmanship was just simply not there. But his reign was indeed marked by these numismatic efforts, reflecting on his ambitious but controversial approach to governance, his deep dynastic connections, and his complex dealings with Rome's political and elite class. Moreover, Caligula's architectural contributions included completing the Temple of Augustus and the Theatre of Pompey, showing his reverence for his predecessors. He even began an amphitheatre near the Sapta to host public spectacles and extensively renovated the imperial palace, even adding a nice new art gallery. And everybody likes that, don't they? He also addressed Rome's infrastructure needs by constructing the Aqua Claudia and Annio Novus aqueducts, noted by Pliny the Elder for their engineering prowess, but I dare say it was the engineers who were doing most of the hard work. His additional projects included the Circus of Gaius and Nero, where he placed the Vatican obelisk, and improvements, of course, to Syracuse's defenses and temples. He also ensured the maintenance of the empire's roads, holding commissioners accountable for their upkeep. He planned several monumental projects like reconstructing the palace of Polycrates at Samos and cutting a canal through the Isthmus of Corinth. His ambitions extended to a major harbor expansion at Rhegium in Sicily, aimed at improving grain management from Egypt. Though this project was, unfortunately, never completed. It was a good idea, though, gotta give him that. Well, of course, he also had this notorious love for luxury, evident in his construction of the two extraordinary ships on Lake Nemi, one a lavish floating palace, and the other a floating temple to Diana, blending opulence with religious devotion. These initiatives reflect both his grandeur vision and his deep engagement with Roman religious and cultural traditions. Thus, in 39 AD, the tense relationship between Emperor Caligula and the Roman Senate had deteriorated into overt hostility and confrontation. Historian Dio documents this period as rife with conspiracies, denunciations, and trials for treason. Caligula openly scorned the Senate, attacking senators for their sycophantic tendencies and hypocrisy, especially evident in their shifting loyalties to figures like Tiberius and Sejanus, whom they honored when alive, but disowned after their deaths. Thus Caligula declared that expecting loyalty from such a duplicitous assembly was completely pointless, and I dare say I agreed with him. No need to fight so hard for people's approval and friendship. Not sticking up for Caligula or anything here, but it's just a general rule. Well, convinced that they wished for his demise, he preferred to be feared rather than loved by them. His harsh criticism dismantled any remaining facade of the princeps as an idealistic role, revealing it instead as a silly illusion. The Senate's response, possibly aiming to calm Caligula down a little bit, included voting to provide him with a special guard for his and his statue's protection, and suggesting his senatorial chair even be elevated on a high platform within the Senate House. They even conducted thanksgivings as if to a monarch, grateful simply for their survival, to live another day in the time of Caligula. Winterling suggests that Caligula's subsequent 3 consulships, sworn at the rostra, were attempts to repair relations, positioning himself as respectful to the senators. However, these actions may be seen as demonstrations of Caligula's resolve to dominate both the Senate and the state, marking a descent into mismanagement, mistrust, and a regime characterized by arbitrary terror and widespread executions, far removed from any initial hopes for benevolent governance. In fact, Dio obliquely describes this period as dominated by slaughter, the depth of Caligula's tyranny on full display. But contrary to some claims, Caligula seems to have not destroyed Tiberius's treason trial records, but rather reviewed them, determining many senators previously acquitted were actually guilty of conspiracy against the emperor and the state, whichever one came first. This error saw many, including some who had testified against Caligula's family, actively engaging in prosecutions, leading Caligula to suspect that they might now conspire against him. This initiated new investigations, though Dio's claims of numerous senator executions are not widely supported, with some senators even thriving under Caligula's rule. That being said, they had to do quite a lot of bootlicking, I'm sure. Despite this notorious cruelty, Caligula opted for public humiliation over outright execution. In early September, Caligula dismissed 2 suffect consuls for inadequately celebrating his birthday and focusing too much on the anniversary of the Battle of Actium, a battle which he deemed as unworthy of celebration, especially when it was his birthday. One dismissed consul later took his own life, possibly seeing the writing on the wall, under suspicion of conspiracy by Caligula. Now here's another interesting story. It's the story of Incitatus, Caligula's favorite racehorse, often cited by Suetonius and Dio, and it illustrates Caligula's plans to make the horse a consul or a priest, reflecting his dark humor and mockery of the Senate. The whole thing was just a big joke to him. This suggested that even a horse could fulfill the role of a senator, reducing the esteemed position to farce. While some interpret Caligula's insult to the consulars, others, like Woods for example, argue that it wasn't intended to degrade the consulship, but was misinterpreted by Suetonius as evidence of madness, embellishing the tale with such satirical details. Either way, I'm sure that the horse voted nay on everything. Now in either 39 or 40 AD, according to Suetonius, Caligula commanded the construction of a temporary floating bridge, using a double line of ships as pontoons. The bridge spanned over 2 miles, connecting the resort of Baiae near Naples to the neighboring port of Puteoli. The construction involves securing and temporarily resurfacing both on-site built ships and requisitioned grain barges, with resting places established along the way. The practical purpose of this bridge remains somewhat unclear. It may have been that it was intended to symbolize Caligula's planned invasion of Britain. We don't know. Well, the bridge's inauguration was marked by a 2-day ceremony with offerings to the sea god Neptune and Invidia, resulting in the sea remaining calm, which was seen as a favorable omen. The bridge was compared to the Persian king Xerxes' pontoon bridge across the Hellespont of earlier times, reflecting its grandeur and ambitious nature. For the opening ceremony, Caligula actually wore the breastplate of Alexander the Great, and of course it wouldn't be a party without his favorite horse, Incitatus, which he rode across the bridge. This act might have been a deliberate defiance of a prediction that was made by the soothsayer of Tiberius, Thrasyllus of Mendes, who had allegedly said that Caligula had, I quote, no more chance of becoming emperor than of riding a horse across the Bay of Baiae. On the second day, Caligula rode the bridge back and forth several times at full speed, accompanied by soldiers, prominent nobles, and a few hostages. Seneca and Dio later claimed that Caligula's use of Rome's grain ships for the bridge had dangerously depleted grain imports. However, it's been dismissed as an absurd accusation by modern historians, noting that if the bridge was completed in 39 AD, it would have been way too early to affect the annual grain supply in any sufficient way. It's also been suggested that a genuine grain crisis was opportunistically blamed on this extravagant episode. Dio places the construction of the bridge soon after Caligula's vehement denunciation of the Senate, speculating that the emperor intended the event as a demonstration of his absolute power. It could be, and it may be that the bridge represents both a striking example of Caligula's wasteful extravagance, but also a symbol of assertion of his dominance over the Senate and the state, effectively telling them, "I do what I want," with its pointlessness possibly being the entire point. Well, during Caligula's reign in general, tensions between native Jews in Judea, Jews of the diaspora, and ethnic Greeks significantly intensified. Both Jews and Greeks had settled throughout the Roman Empire, with Judea being ruled as a Roman client kingdom. The roots of these tensions were complex, stemming from the spread of Greek culture, the imposition of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire, along with a good bit of difference in religious practices. Well, as we all know, putting people with wildly different religious beliefs right next to each other, a bit of a recipe for disaster, I'm afraid. In Egypt, particularly in Alexandria, these tensions were exacerbated by the social hierarchy. While Alexandrian Greeks enjoyed full status as citizens, the Jews were classified merely as settlers, lacking statutory or citizen rights, except those granted by Roman governors. This disparity fueled Greek fears that official recognition of Jews as citizens would undermine their own privileged status. I mean, if everybody has the right, well, what's the right worth if everybody has it? Caligula's intervention in Egypt further complicated matters. He replaced the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Aurelius Flaccus, with one Herod Agrippa, the governor of Batanea, and Trachonitis, who was also a personal friend. I'm sure that had quite a bit to do with it. Flaccus had been loyal to Tiberius and Gemellus, and had conspired against Caligula's mother, having connections with Egyptian separatists. In 38 AD, Caligula sent Agrippa to Alexandria, unannounced, to check up on Flaccus. According to Philo, Agrippa's arrival was met with derision and mockery from the Greek population, who scornfully viewed him as a makeshift king of the Jews. The situation escalated when a mob of Greeks broke into synagogues and erected statues and shrines of Caligula, violating Jewish religious laws. Flaccus exacerbated the situation by declaring the Jews foreigners and aliens and confining them to one of Alexandria's 5 districts, effectively shoving them into a ghetto where they endured appalling conditions. Philo's account details various atrocities inflicted on the Jews by the Greek population within this ghetto. Not a good place to be, that's for sure. Well, in terms of responsibility for all the unrest, Caligula pointed the figure directly at Flaccus, subsequently exiling and eventually executing him. This intervention shows the complexity of the political, social, and religious factors that marked Caligula's reign and contributed to the enduring conflicts within the Roman Empire. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused his uncle, Herod Antipas, the Tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of conspiring with Parthia to rebel against Roman rule. Upon Herod Antipas' confession, Caligula exiled him, and Agrippa was rewarded with his territories. The following year, tensions between Jews and Greeks erupted into riots in Alexandria. The catalyst was the Jews' refusal to venerate Caligula as a god, which the Greeks interpreted as an affront to the emperor. The monotheism of the Jews had not quite, well, it didn't really catch on with the Greeks for quite some time. A similar incident occurred in the Judean city of Jamnia, where local Greeks built a substandard altar to the imperial cult, simply to provoke the Jews. The Jews promptly dismantled this altar, which was an act seen as rebellion. In retaliation, Caligula ordered a statue of himself to be erected in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. While this was a political act for Rome, it was a profound blasphemy for the Jews, conflicting with their strict monotheistic beliefs. Philo, a contemporary Jewish diplomat and scholar, wrote that Caligula viewed the Jews with particular suspicion, believing them to be uniquely opposed to his rule, actively conspiring against him. In the May of 40 AD, Philo accompanied a delegation of Alexandrian Jews and Greeks to meet Caligula, followed by a second delegation later that year during the height of the Alexandrian riots. These meetings provided Caligula with opportunities for casual, but often humiliating banter at the expense of the Jewish delegation. He did not make explicit claims of divinity during these encounters, but did question why the Jews found his veneration so difficult. Well, of course, the Greek population of Alexandria, they had already demonstrated their loyalty to Caligula by displaying his image prominently. The destruction of the altar in Jamnia and the removal of idolatrous images from synagogues were likely expressions of Jewish religious fervor, and probably didn't have anything to do against Caligula's claims of divinity. They just wanted to be left alone to worship their own god. Is it so much to ask? Well, despite Philo's belief that Caligula harbored hatred for the Jews and intended their destruction, there isn't any substantial evidence to support this. Caligula's order to place his statue in the temple precincts, dressed as Jupiter nonetheless, aligned with the widespread practice of the imperial cult, which required subjects to offer prayers for the emperor rather than to him. Caligula found the Jews' exemption from this practice to be unsatisfactory, and thus Rome's policy expected different regions and peoples within its empire to coexist with mutual accommodation and respect, not through the imposition of religious extremes or blasphemous obligations on one another. And this clash of cultural and religious expectations further exacerbated the already volatile relations between the Jewish and Greek populations under Roman rule. The governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, faced with a challenging task when Caligula ordered him to install a statue of the emperor in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. Recognizing the obvious risk of a significant Jewish rebellion, he delayed in this installation. Some accounts suggest Caligula eventually became open to rational discussion with Agrippa and the Jewish leaders, abandoning the plan amid threats of rebellion and economic loss. However, other versions claim Caligula, unable to engage in rational discussion, impulsively reissued the order, and even threatened Petronius with a death sentence if he failed to accomplish what he asked. A larger statue was ordered from Rome, but it was still in transit when Caligula's death was announced, leading to the plan's cancellation, and Petronius Well, he survived without having to install the statue. I'm sure he was quite relieved at that. Philo mentions a rumor from 40 AD that Caligula planned to leave Rome and rule as a divine monarch from Alexandria, resembling past rumors about Julius Caesar. This notion aligns with Mark Antony's historical retreat to Alexandria and Augustus's control of Egypt as an imperial province, which diminished senatorial influence. Egypt, for its grain, fascinated Romans with its perceived exoticism and immorality. Now there was also rumors of incest between Caligula and his sister Drusilla, suggested by their grandmother Antonia and reported by Suetonius. They are actually viewed quite skeptically, at least among modern historians, who find very little substantial evidence to support these claims, and the way that they're put across in the old sources seems to be in a way to whip up a scandal, a bit of an insult, an attack on someone's reputation. Well, in late 39 or early 40 AD, Caligula amassed military forces in Upper Germany, aiming to emulate his ancestors' campaigns against Germanic tribes. Accompanied by a diverse entourage, including actors and gladiators, he was poorly prepared and ultimately retreated. Dio notes the campaign achieved very little, though Caligula used it as a pretext to confiscate wealth from wealthy allies under suspicions of treason, which of course often led to their execution. One notable victim of Caligula's suspicion was the imperial legate Gaius, whom he accused of nefarious plots and subsequently executed. Dio suggests that Gaius' real crime was actually his popularity with the troops, stealing the limelight effectively. Caligula also implicated Lepidus, along with his two sisters, Agrippina and Livilla, in this same conspiracy. Lepidus was executed, while Agrippina and Livilla were formally exiled, condemned for the crime of adultery. A senatorial embassy from Rome, led by Caligula's uncle Claudius, arrived to congratulate the emperor on suppressing the alleged conspiracy. They were met with hostility, however, and Claudius was supposedly ducked in the Rhine, although this might have been penalty for losing a Latin and Greek oratory contest organized by Caligula in Gaul that winter. Upon his return from the north, Caligula abolished the theatre seating plans introduced by Augustus, which had allocated seating based on rank. Instead, seating was left to chance, first come, first serve, which of course, as you can imagine, led to chaotic free-for-alls where all the senators competed with common citizens for the best seats, all while Caligula would reportedly watch on and giggle at them fighting amongst each other. In the final days of his reign, Caligula prepared for his imminent ovation in Rome, following his northern military activities and the suppression of Lepidus. He sent a communique indicating that he would only return to those who wanted him back, specifically mentioning the equestrians and the people, but conspicuously excluding the Senate, reflecting a deepening mistrust of the senatorial class. In late 39 AD, Caligula wintered in Lugdunum, which is modern-day Lyon, where he orchestrated a series of auctions to raise funds. He began by auctioning off portable property of his exiled sisters, including their jewelry, their slaves and freed men. According to Dio, wealthy bidders at these auctions often offered significantly more than the items were worth, either to demonstrate their loyalty or to dispose of wealth that might otherwise make them targets for execution. Caligula reportedly used intimidation and various auctioneer tactics to inflate the prices. One particularly notable event described by Suetonius involved a Praetorian gentleman who, after dozing off during a gladiator match, awoke to find that he had unexpectedly purchased 13 gladiators for the exorbitant sum of 9 million sesterces. The success of this first auction had prompted Caligula to transport many furnishings from his palace in Rome to Lugdunum for a second auction. These items included valuable family heirlooms, and Caligula himself recited their provenance during the auction to ensure they fetched high prices due to their imperial associations. The income from the second auction was, compared to the first, relatively modern. Caligula once again played a role as a vendor and auctioneer himself during this second auction, but this time he was surprisingly benevolent, contrasting with his usual tyrannical image. While auctions of imperial property were acceptable methods to balance the books, I suppose we can say, practiced by emperors like Augustus and Trajan, they were still expected to benefit both the bidders and the vendor. Roman auctioneers were generally held in quite low esteem, but during this second term, Caligula appeared to act more like a benevolent princeps, conducting the sale without malice, greed, or intimidation. In the spring of 40 AD, Caligula made an attempt to extend Roman rule into Britannia. To this end, 2 legions were raised, both likely named Primoganie, in honor of Caligula's newborn daughter. Ancient sources offer varying and often contradictory accounts of this venture, depicting Caligula as either too cowardly to launch an attack, or as being deterred by mutinies among his troops, evidenced by his threats of decimation. The exact reasons why the army never embarked on the invasion remain a mystery to this day. But we do have several theories that have been proposed. One possibility is that the British chieftains might have acquiesced to Roman demands, thereby eliminating any immediate cause for the war. Alternatively, the expedition may have been intended as a training and scouting mission, or even a brief venture to accept the surrender of the British chieftain Adminius. Another account by Suetonius suggests that Caligula ordered his men to collect seashells as spoils of the sea, which could be a mistranslation, by the way, of the term musculi, which refers to siege engines, so they may have been collecting them instead, which would be a little bit more practical. Well, despite the ambiguity and apparent absurdity of some of these accounts, the actual conquest of Britannia would later be achieved during the reign of Caligula's successor, Claudius. This subsequent invasion successfully extended Roman influence over the island, fulfilling the ambitions that Caligula had initially set in motion. In 40 AD, Caligula annexed Mauretania, a strategically important and wealthy client kingdom of Rome, inhabited by a fiercely independent semi-nomadic tribe, very resistant to Romanization. The kingdom was ruled by Ptolemy of Mauretania, who was a noble descendant of Juba II. Ptolemy was known for his vast wealth and reputation for incompetence, failing to suppress a local uprising that would have been easy work for somebody with a little bit of skill. Typically, incompetent client kings were retired to a comfortable exile, but Caligula decided to make a break with this tradition, summoning Ptolemy to Rome and having him executed sometime after the spring of 40 AD. It was a drastic action, and it incited a rebellion in the province due to Ptolemy's popularity and the disruption caused by his removal. Following the annexation, Mauritania was divided into two provinces, Mauritania Tingitana and Mauritania Caesarenis, separated by the river Malua. Pliny the Elder attributes this division to Caligula, while Cassius Dio claims the provinces were only divided after the uprising was suppressed in 42 AD, and that was under the leadership of Gaius Suetonius Paulinus and Gnaeus Hosidius Geta. This discrepancy suggests that Caligula may have planned the division, but decided to postpone its implementation due to the rebellion. The first known equestrian governor of the joint provinces was Marcus Fadius Celer Flavianus, who took office in 44 AD. The details of the Mauritanian events from 39 to 44 are largely lost, including an entire chapter by Dio specifically writing about the annexation. But both Dio and Tacitus imply specifically that Caligula's actions were driven more by personal motivations, such as fear, envy, and a desire to compensate for his own military failures in the north, rather than by pressing military or economic needs. The earlier rebellion of Tacferianus had exposed the vulnerability of Africa Proconsularis to the west, highlighting the inability of the Mauritanian claimant kings to protect the province effectively. In this context, it can be suggested that Caligula's annexation of Mauritania could have been a strategic move to secure the region against further threats, despite the immediate unrest that it provoked. Seems that the game was worth the candle at least. Philo, a contemporary of Caligula, recounts that the emperor would costume himself as various heroes and deities, beginning with demigods like Dionysus, Heracles, and the Dioscuri, and eventually emulating major gods such as Mercury, Venus, and Apollo. Philo describes these impersonations in the context of private pantomime or theatrical performances, which he may have witnessed or heard about during his diplomatic visit. As a Jew and a monotheist, Philo interpreted these actions as evidence of Caligula's madness, believing the emperor sought veneration as a living deity. Caligula's behavior did have some precedent. Augustus had once hosted a party where he and his guests were dressed up like Olympian gods, with Augustus appearing as Apollo. This event, however, did not result in anybody being labeled insane, nor did anybody claim to be the god they impersonated. And the party was not repeated, likely because it was considered to be insensitive and blasphemous, to say the least, particularly since it took place during a famine, not quite the time for celebration. Additionally, coin issues from the official Roman mint in the early 20s BC depicted Octavian, later known as Augustus, as Apollo, Jupiter, and Neptune, which may have been seen as a transgression, and was certainly not repeated. Caligula, however, seemed to take his own impersonations less seriously than others, and certainly less so than Philo. According to Dio, during an episode where Caligula dressed as Jupiter and pronounced oracles to a crowd from a high place, a Gallic shoemaker had laughed and said that Caligula looked like, I quote, a complete idiot. Well, Caligula reportedly appreciated the shoemaker's honesty, demonstrating a rare moment of self-awareness, or perhaps appreciating his own form of humor coming from somebody else. Maybe he knew that he looked like a complete idiot anyway and was having fun with looking like it. Dio claims that Caligula impersonated Jupiter to seduce various women, referring to himself as a divinity in public meetings, and was sometimes addressed as Jupiter in public documents. Caligula's special interest in Jupiter, Rome's chief deity, and the Roman equivalent of Zeus, by the way, is confirmed by all surviving sources. Some suggest that Caligula might have considered Jupiter as an equal, or even a rival. In fact, it's been argued that Caligula's impersonations of various deities were more about a penchant for theatrical fancy dress and a mischievous desire to shock everybody around him, rather than a genuine religious delusion. As emperor, Caligula was also Pontifex Maximus, one of Rome's most powerful and influential state priests. The promotion of mortal rulers to godlike status was common among Rome's eastern allies and client states. During their eastern tour, Germanicus, Agrippina, and their children, including Caligula, were officially revered as living deities by several cities in the Greek East. Recognizing social superiors as deities was established in Roman culture, where it was common for a client to flatter their patron as Jupiter on earth. Think about it how we would assess somebody doing something proper, and we would say they're doing God's work. I suppose it's kind of like that. The Divi, or deceased imperial family members elevated to divine status, were officially sanctioned by the state, which also appointed their priesthoods and funded their cults. For example, Cicero opposed Caesar's divine honors during his lifetime, but referred to Publius Lentulus as parent and god, in thanks for his help against Catiline. Daily acts of reverence to patrons, household heads, and the powerful were routine for clients, families, and social inferiors, and by 30 BC, offering libations to the genius of Octavian, later Augustus, became obligatory at banquets, and from 12 BC, state oaths were sworn by his genius. Well, despite Dio's claims to the contrary, municipal cults to Augustus during his lifetime were widespread in Italy and beyond, supported locally without any recorded prosecutions for emperor worship. Caligula took his religious responsibilities very seriously, replacing the old priest of Diana at Lake Nemi, reorganizing the Salii, the priests of Mars, that is, and insisting that the Flamen Dialis, Jupiter's chief priest, could not swear any oaths, including the imperial oath of loyalty. Caligula also aimed to incorporate or share the nearly completed Temple of Apollo in Didyma for his own cult, preparing a statue for it, though it was likely never installed. When Pausanias visited, more than a century later, the temple's cult statue was of Apollo, and there was no trace of Caligula. Suetonius and Dio mentioned a temple to Caligula that was on the Palatine Hill, linked to his residence near the temple of Castor and Pollux, where Caligula humorously claimed the twin gods as his doorkeepers. Although Dio claimed 2 temples were built for Caligula in Rome, this is also unconfirmed, and if there was a temple on the Palatine, Caligula likely funded it himself through his own personal treasury. Now, in terms of how the Greeks felt about him, he was hailed by a Greek embassy as the new god Augustus, and thanked in early Cyzicus inscription as a new sun god. And as far as the Egyptian, well, some provincial Egyptian coinage depicted him with a radiant crown of the sun god, or Divis Augustus, presenting him as a Neos Helios, or new sun, though not all of his coinage featured these divine symbols. Compared to major deity cults, genius cults were quite modest. Augustus, posthumously, was less intensely worshipped than the fuller deities. Tiberius banned his own cult in Rome, actually, likely cautious of Caesar's fate after being declared a living divinity, which was not taken kindly to, and mandated that any provincial temples in his honor include the genius of the state, promoting a collective form of veneration. As far as Caligula, well, he commercialized his genius cult, selling priesthoods to wealthy nobles for 10 million sesterces each, and offering loans for those who were unable to pay up front. It's better be worth it for that price. Notable priests included his wife, Caesonia, and his uncle Claudius, who was reportedly completely bankrupted by the expense, marking the cult as a means of personal enrichment and also humiliation for the elite. Despite tensions with the elites, Caligula was popular among the masses. There is no evidence of Caligula wanting to replace or remove other deities or demanding to be worshipped as a god, but he did welcome such treatment when offered. He took his own genius cult seriously, but ultimately alienated key figures, which led to his assassination. On January 24th, 41 AD, just before his planned trip to Alexandria, Caligula was assassinated by Praetorian tribunes Cassius Chaerea and Cornelius Sabinus, among a few others. According to Josephus, many in Caligula's inner circle were involved, while Dio suggests a broader conspiracy. However, likely only a few knew of the plot to ensure its success. Previous attempts had failed due to the complexities of betrayal, highlighting the Senate's typical disunity and mistrust, complicating coordinated efforts. In the account of Josephus, Chaerea is portrayed as a noble idealist, committed to republican ideals, yet personally motivated by Caligula's insults, such as demeaning watchwords and apparently mocking his accent. Well, I'd know about that, a lot of people in the comments. Well, despite enduring Caligula's mockery and performing his torturous orders, Chaerea led the assassination during a performance for Divis Augustus. The attack, confined and sudden, left no escape for Caligula, and he was dead before his guards could get to him. The chaos afterwards saw Caligula's Germanic guard mistakenly kill several attendees, including innocent senators. Josephus also notes that the Senate attempted to restore the Republic after Caligula's death, abolishing the emperor's role and reviving senatorial privileges. However, the general populace was shocked by Caligula's murder, feeling at a loss without his leadership. The conspiracy appeared to be largely driven by the elite interests, and after confirming Caligula's death, some nobles and senators boasted of their involvement, while others disassociated themselves from the plot. The assassins also killed Caligula's wife, Caesonia, and even their daughter, but they failed to locate his uncle Claudius. Hidden behind a curtain, Claudius was discovered eventually, and, supported by a faction of the Praetorian Guard, was declared emperor. The Senate, seeing very few alternatives, had no choice but to accept Claudius. Caligula's advisor, Callistus, may have facilitated this succession by secretly supporting Claudius. Caligula's assassination, a clear act of regicide, challenged Claudius's rule. He had to address the murder without undermining the Principate's legitimacy, considering Caligula's remaining popularity among Rome's lower classes, and there was more of them than there were upper classes. So, Claudius responded by securing his position with the appointment of a new Praetorian prefect, executing the key conspirators, and allowing Sabinus to take matters into his own hands. He also declined the Senate's request to officially denounce Caligula and destroy symbols of the Caesarian legacy. Instead, Claudius took a more measured approach. Caligula's name was removed from the official lists of oaths and dedications, and certain statues and inscriptions of Caligula were discreetly removed. Most of Caligula's statues had their heads recut to resemble Augustus, Claudius, and in one case Nero, who would of course suffer a similar fate at a later time. According to Suetonius, Caligula's body was initially placed under turf until his sisters burned and entombed it. Well, before we go, first just a few notes regarding Caligula's mental state. There's no definitive evidence to assess his psychological condition. Sources that portray him negatively often aim to discredit him, a little bit biased, focusing more on his alleged misdeeds and misuse of power. Modern observers do suggest that Caligula's actions were driven by a deep preoccupation with his own survival and an inflated self-importance, using his absolute power with a great deal of irresponsibility. His sense of humor, often dark and cruel, was a tool for domineering those who didn't have the power to retaliate. Philo saw Caligula's illness in 37 AD as a form of nervous collapse, a response to the extreme stresses and strains of imperial rule. Seneca, Philo, and Josephus perceived Caligula's apparent insanity as a personality trait accentuated by self-indulgence and the unlimited exercise of power. Seneca acknowledges that the stress of Caligula's promotion to emperor seemed to exacerbate his arrogance, anger, and insult. Several modern sources propose medical diagnoses, including epilepsy, encephalitis, and even meningitis. Suetonius claims that Caligula had a falling sickness, which could have been epilepsy in his youth, and this diagnosis has been somewhat refined to an interictal temporal lobe epilepsy, with a consequent fear of seizures preventing him from learning to swim. In Romano-Greek medical theory, severe epilepsy attacks were associated with the full moon and the moon goddess Selene, with whom Caligula was claimed to converse and enjoy sexual congress. Suetonius' descriptions of Caligula as physically repulsive are neither reliable nor are they likely, considering his ecstatic and enthusiastic reception as a youthful princeps by the populace. In the ancient world, a person's physique was often believed to be a reliable guide to their character and behavior. For what that's worth, we don't know. Nero. Born in AD 37, he ruled the Roman Empire from 54 to 68 AD and is widely recognized as one of history's most notorious leaders. He gained his notoriety for his lavish and occasionally cruel actions, such as orchestrating the assassination of his own mother, Agrippina the Younger, along with other individuals in his inner circle. During his rule, he undertook notable cultural endeavors, such as the construction of the extravagant Domus Aurea after the destructive fire of 64 AD. It is said that he was observed to play the lyre as the city burned, although it is believed that this account is probably not true. Although Nero achieved some success in maintaining the empire's borders through diplomatic and military efforts, his leadership approach gradually estranged the Roman aristocracy and military, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Welcome to the channel. Well, we got a good one today, don't we? Talking about Nero, I'm sure you've heard of him. Allow me to welcome the newcomers to the channel and welcome back those returning. Supporting the channel is, well, that's just enjoying it. And the like and subscribe helps. If you want to go further to that, check the video description. You'll find a few links that are relevant to you. Now, without further ado, let's get on with it for today. Nice and relaxed, and right from the beginning. Nero was born as Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus on December the 15th, the year 37 AD, in a little town called Antium, which is now known as Anzio. His birth occurred 8 months after the death of Emperor Tiberius, and he was the sole offspring born to the politician Gnaeus Domitius Aenobarus and his mother Agrippina the Younger. Agrippina, the mother of the individual in question, was the sibling of Caligula, who held the position of the third emperor of the Roman Empire. I've made a video on Caligula too. If you're interested, check the Ancient Rome playlist. Now, Nero was the descendant of Augustus, the former emperor, through his only daughter, Julia, making him his great-great-grandson. Suetonius, an ancient biographer who held quite a negative view of Nero's predecessors, recorded that Emperor Augustus had admonished Nero's grandfather for his indecorous indulgence in brutal gladiatorial spectacles. It's been stated by Jürgen Malitz that Suetonius reports Nero's father as being irascible and brutal. Well, I suppose the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and that both individuals had a strong fondness for chariot races and theatrical performances that exceeded what was expected of their social status. Of course, those in high places were expected to behave in a certain manner. Let's see how it works out. Suetonius also records that upon receiving congratulations from his friends on the birth of his son Nero, Domitius responded by stating that any children produced by him and Agrippina would possess an abhorrent disposition, and they shouldn't be celebrating too soon, because they posed a threat to the public by being born. Domitius passed away in the year 41 AD. Prior to his father's demise, he was embroiled in a grave political scandal. His mother and his two remaining sisters, Agrippina and Julia Livilla, were banished to a secluded island in the Mediterranean. According to reports, his mother was banished due to her involvement in a conspiracy to overthrow the Emperor Caligula. Nero's inheritance was thus confiscated, and he was subsequently relocated to reside with his paternal aunt, Domitia Lepida, who happened to be the mother of Messalina, the third wife of the future Emperor Claudius. Small world. Well, Claudius succeeded Caligula as the new emperor following his death. In AD 49, Nero's mother entered into matrimony with Claudius, thus becoming his fourth wife. On February 25th, AD 50, Claudius was compelled to formally recognize Nero as his son and bestow upon him the new name, Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. Claudius commissioned the minting of gold coins to commemorate the adoption. The coins, through their distribution and imagery, indicated the emergence of this new leader. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the occurrences in Rome, Britannicus, Nero's stepbrother, held a more prominent position in the production of coins in the provinces during the early 50s AD. And thus Nero commenced his official involvement in public affairs as an adult at the age of 13, at AD 51. At the age of 16, he entered into matrimony with Claudia Octavia, the daughter of Claudius and his stepsister. During the period from AD 51 to 53, he delivered multiple speeches advocating for different communities, such as the Aelians, the Apamaeans, who were, by the way, seeking a 5-year tax exemption following an earthquake. Give him a break. Well, and also the northern colony of Bologna, who had suffered from a very unfortunate event of a destructive fire. Claudius perished, however, in AD 54. Numerous ancient historians assert that he was subjected to poisoning by Agrippina. There are modern observers that assert that the death of Claudius is commonly believed to have been expedited by Agrippina herself as a result of indications that Claudius was developing a renowned fondness for his biological son. Out of all of the ancient sources, the Roman historian Josephus was particularly cautious in describing the poisoning as a mere rumor, but he certainly made sure to make mention of it. Contemporary sources present conflicting narratives regarding the incident. In return to Tacitus, he reports that Locusta, a poison maker, concocted the toxic substance that was administered to the emperor by his servant Halotus. Tacitus further states that Agrippina orchestrated the administration of poison by Claudius's physician Xenophon in the event that the emperor managed to survive. Suetonius presents variations in certain particulars, but he also implicates Halotus and Agrippina. According to Cassius Dio, similar to Tacitus, Locusta prepared the poison. However, in Dio's version, Agrippina administers the poison instead of Halotus. Seneca the Younger does not make any reference to mushrooms in his work Apocalyptosis. What a long title. Well, not all modern scholars accept the complicity of Agrippina in Claudius's demise. Of course, we may not ever really know, but it seems the most likely case. Well, prior to Claudius's demise, Agrippina orchestrated the removal of the tutors of Claudius's sons, with the intention of replacing them with tutors of her own choosing. In addition to that, she successfully persuaded Claudius to dismiss 2 prefects of the Praetorian Guard who were suspected of having favored Claudius's son, and appoint the newcomer Afranius Burrus, who would later become Nero's personal mentor. Due to Agrippina's replacement of the guard officers with individuals who were loyal to her, Nero was able to assume power without encountering many issues. So, Cassius Dio, Suetonius, and Tacitus are the primary ancient Roman literary sources for information about Nero's reign, and we're going to be relying on them heavily. Now, in terms of the construction projects undertaken by Nero, they were deemed excessively lavish as per these sources, resulting in Italy being financially drained and the provinces left in ruins. Contemporary historians, too, observed that the era was plagued by deflation, and Nero's intention behind his expenditures on public infrastructure and philanthropy was to alleviate economic difficulties. Bold strategy. Let's hope it pays off for him. Well, either way, he assumed the position of emperor in the year 54 AD at the young age of 16. Seneca, Nero's tutor, composed his inaugural address for the Senate, and during that very speech, Nero discussed the eradication of the problems that he blamed on the previous government. Of course, when a new leader gets in charge, all of the problems are immediately blamed on the predecessors, so, well, that's nothing new. The emperor pledged to adhere to the Augustan model during his reign, however, which involved putting an end to clandestine trials conducted within the palace, eliminating the influence of corrupt court favorites and freedmen, and most importantly, showing due regard for the privileges of the Senate and individual senators. Of course, the Roman senators generally appreciated his deference to their autonomy, a quality that set him apart from Caligula and Claudius, and I'm sure they were all thinking that the good times had finally come. Now, Nero's mum, Agrippina, had the intention of exerting control and authority by using her sons as a mean of rule. Agrippina assassinated her political adversaries, including Domitia Lepida the Younger, who was Nero's aunt, and had lived with Agrippina during her period of exile. Also, Marcus Junius Silanus was on the list, who was another descendant of Augustus and Narcissus. Nero's reign saw the issuance of one of the earliest coins featuring Agrippina on the obverse side, a position typically reserved for the emperor's portrait. Additionally, the Senate granted Agrippina the privilege of having 2 lictors accompany her during public appearances. This honor was typically reserved for magistrates, and of course the Vestalis Maxima, so it was a big deal. Well, in the year 55 AD, Nero dismissed one Marcus Antonius Paulus, who was an ally of Agrippina from his role in the treasury. Agrippina's relationship with Nero was deteriorating at this point, due to what Seneca and Burrus perceived as harmless activities on Nero's part, such as his cultural interests, and apparently his mother did not like it that he was having a relationship, shall we say, with a slave girl named Claudia Acte. Well, Agrippina viewed these actions as indications of Nero distancing himself from her influence, which she considered to be a dangerous development. Agrippina's threat to align herself with Britannicus resulted in his poisoning. Nero, who was engaged in this romantic relationship with Acte, the slave girl, banished Agrippina from the palace when she started to develop a bond with his wife Octavia. The available ancient sources lacks sufficient evidence to accurately assess the level of Nero's direct engagement in politics during these initial years of his reign. His policies, such as his unsuccessful attempt to eliminate all taxes in 58 AD, have been described as well-intentioned but inept ideas. The administrative successes of these years were generally attributed to Nero's advisors, Burrus and Seneca, according to scholars. Nero experienced anxiety and a sense of urgency when he was required to independently make choices, according to some modern historians such as Mallets. During these moments of emergency in his later years, and apparently would often ask for, well, advice, but pretty much shift the weight of governance onto somebody else when things got a little bit too heavy. However, the initial parts of his administration were widely praised. Years later, those years were regarded as a model of effective and balanced governance, and referred to as quinquennium Neronsis by Trajan. The good times indeed. The fiscal reforms, particularly with the establishment of local officers to oversee the activities of tax collectors, were particularly praised. In the aftermath of the incident involving Lucius Pedanius Secundus, who was killed by a desperate, enslaved person, Nero took pity on them, and he granted enslaved individuals the right to report mistreatment to the authorities. No more beating the slaves anymore. That's good. Well, Nero commissioned the construction of several villas or palaces outside of Rome, too. And guess what? If you go to Rome today, you can still see the remains of those structures, often overshadowed by the main tourist attractions. Still worth a visit, though. Perhaps if you're walking back to where you're staying at, you might pass by them without even knowing. Now among these was the Villa of Nero in Antium, his birthplace, where he demolished the existing villa in order to reconstruct it on a larger and more grandiose scale, which also included the addition of a theatre. In Subiaco, Lazio region, which is in close proximity to Rome, he constructed 3 man-made lakes, complete with cascading waterfalls, bridges and pathways to enhance the natural opulence of the villa. He resided at this Villa of Nero in Olympia, Greece, when taking part in the Olympic Games of 67 AD, his own private quarters. The motives behind Nero's decision to kill his mother in 59 AD still remain a little bit uncertain, but there's no shortage of speculation. Tacitus asserts that the root cause of the discord between Nero and his mother was that romantic involvement with one Poppaea Sabina. Busy boy, isn't he? Tacitus, in his histories, initially states that the affair commenced during Poppaea's marriage to Rufrius Crispinus. However, in his later work, The Annals, Tacitus asserts that Poppaea was already married to Otho by the time the affair had started. Once more, in the Annals, he documents Agrippina's opposition to Nero's relationship with Poppaea due to her deep attachment to his wife, Octavia. Tacitus's narrative in the Annals implies that Nero was pushed to the point of no return by this provocation of Poppaea. Several contemporary historians have also observed that the demise of Agrippina would not have provided significant benefits for Poppaea, given that Nero did not marry her until 62 AD. It appears that Poppaea is only used by Tacitus as a literary tool, since he couldn't find a logical reason for Nero's behavior. Had to get something. At least that is according to Barrett, a modern historian. Well, additionally, Poppaea's role serves to demonstrate that Nero, just like Claudius, had been negatively influenced by a woman. As per Suetonius, Nero instructed his former freedman, Anicetus, to orchestrate a deliberate shipwreck. And despite the wreck, Agrippina managed to survive and swim to the shore. However, she was subsequently executed by Anicetus, who falsely reported her death as a self-checkout. Contemporary academics hold the view that Nero's rule was prosperous in the beginning, at least leading up to the demise of his mother. As an illustration of this, Nero facilitated the investigation of the origins of the Nile River through a triumphant expedition. Which is pretty good for the time when you think about it. The Nile River goes a long way down. Well, following Agrippina's banishment, Burrus and Seneca assumed the responsibility of governing the empire, but nevertheless Nero's behavior became significantly more offensive following the death of his mother, a deterioration that commenced as early as 55 AD, following the assassination of his stepbrother Britannicus. Well, additionally, it's observed that Nero completely abandoned all of his morality, and he embraced naive flattery, subsequent to the demise of his mother. Tacitus clearly emphasizes the importance of Agrippina's removal in shaping Nero's behavior. Of course, men tend to run amok a little bit until their mothers tell them to stop it. And if your mum's not around, well, sometimes things can go a little bit off the rails. Well, I suppose Nero's a big boy, he can do whatever he wants, but he should have listened to his mum, even though she wasn't perfect. Anyway, I don't want to beat Nero over the head 2,000 years later. Let's move past that, because I'm getting off track now. Do apologize. Well, he commenced the construction of a new palace, by the way, and it was known as the Domus Transitoria. That was around 60 AD, so about 5 years after his mother was gone. Now, the purpose was to establish a connection between all the imperial properties that had been obtained through different means, including the Palatine, which encompassed the gardens of Maecenas, Horti Lamiani, Horti Loliani, and a few others. And it didn't help that in 62 AD, Nero's top advisor, Burrus, passed away. And in that particular year, Nero initiated the first trial for treason of his reign, known as the Maestas trial, targeting Antistius Socianus. In addition, he carried out the execution of his adversaries Cornelius Sulla and Rubellius Plautus. This seems to be a rather pivotal moment in Nero's rapport with the Roman Senate. According to Jürgen Malitz, Nero relinquished his previous self-control because he believed that aligning himself up with the Senate would become increasingly unprofitable. Because that's what it always boils down to, doesn't it? Well, following the demise of Burrus, Nero selected Faenius Rufus and Orphonius Tigellinus as the new Praetorian prefects. Due to political isolation, poor old Seneca was compelled to retire, or rather, forced to retire, whichever way you want to put it. Tacitus reports that Nero divorced Octavia due to her infertility, and subsequently she was exiled. Following widespread public demonstrations against her banishment, Nero levied charges of adultery against her with Anicetus, resulting in her execution. It would have been better if she had just gone away quietly, but the masses had to make a fuss. If you ask me, this event right here, if I was in Rome at the time, that's when the writing really would have been on the wall for me. You best start believing in tyrants. You're living under one. During the Saturnalia in AD 64, Nero entered matrimony, not with another woman, but with a man, very ahead of his time, Pythagoras, who had been granted freedom from slavery. And, quite quickly after, the entire city caught on fire. They called it the Great Fire of Rome, not because of it being fantastic at all. It was actually quite horrible, but it was great in its size. During the night of July 18th to 19th, 64 AD, most likely originating from one of the commercial establishments situated on the Aventine Hill, which provided a view of the Circus Maximus, or from the flammable wooden seating structure surrounding the circus itself, wood being famously burnable, even for back then. Well, Rome had been historically susceptible to fires, and this particular one was exacerbated due to a very uniquely, catastrophically strong wind. Of all the nights for it to pick up, it was that terrible night of July 18th, 64 AD. Tacitus, Cassius Dio, and a good amount of modern archaeology provide accounts on the demolition of the grand houses, the common dwellings, the public edifices, and even the temples situated on the Aventine, Palatine, and Calian hills. Great losses all. The fire persisted for a duration of more than 7 days before it finally fizzled out. Subsequently, it rekindled and continued burning for an additional 3 days, just when they thought they'd seen the end of it. It caused the destruction of 3 out of Rome's 14 districts and inflicted severe damage on 7 others. Certain Romans, of course, had their tin-foil hats on and thought that it was all intentional. Well, you can't really blame them. Given that the merchant shops were constructed with timber frames and also sold highly combustible goods, while the outer seating stands of the circus were also made of timber, really makes you think. There were some individuals that asserted that the act of arson itself was carried out on behalf of Nero, via explicit order. Pliny the Elder, Suetonius, and Dio provide accounts that propose various potential motives for Nero's suspected act of arson, such as his desire to create an authentic setting for a theatrical production depicting the burning of Troy. According to Suetonius, Nero deliberately ignited the fire in order to make way for his intended extravagant golden house. Well, this would encompass the opulent man-made environments and a 30-meter-tall statue of himself, known as the Colossus of Nero. A little bit arrogant, don't you think? Well, according to Suetonius and Cassius Dio, Nero performed a song called the Sack of Ilium while wearing a costume on stage, while the city was being destroyed by fire. The widely known belief that Nero played the lyre, an old stringed instrument, while Rome was on fire, not while Nero was on fire, is to some extent a creation, Flavian propaganda. Of course, it's very easy to believe, because one crazy and cruel thing thrown to the pile that's already so high, well, you don't really notice the lies among the truths. Either way, this propaganda was critical of Nero's unsuccessful attempt to deviate from the established models of rule set by Augustus. As for Tacitus, well, he refrains from making a definitive conclusion regarding Nero's culpability. He discovered that Nero was in Antium when the fire began, and subsequently returned to Rome to coordinate a relief operation. Nero personally financed the removal of corpses and debris, and following the fire he generously offered his palaces as a refuge for the displaced individuals and organized the distribution of food to avert famine among the survivors. Tacitus asserts that Nero, in order to absolve himself of suspicion, attributed responsibility for the fire to the Christians. You thought he was going to blame the Jews like everyone else, didn't you? Well, it was actually the style at the time to pick on the Christians. It was their turn. Well, according to this report, numerous Christians were apprehended, and of course they were subject to brutal executions, including being thrown to wild animals, crucified, and even burned alive. Not a good way to go. Really, you can't really choose a better one out of the three. All of them are equally as horrifying. A rock and a hard place, that's for sure. Tacitus claims that Nero's imposition of severe punishments was driven not by a desire for justice, but rather a proclivity for personal sadism, taking an excuse to make a show of it. In fact, he was waiting for an opportunity to point some fingers and throw some Christians to lions or burn a few of them to death. This was just a justification he could do so without looking like he was simply acting cruel. At least, that's the opinion of Tacitus. Well, the post-fire houses were strategically distributed, and constructed using brick materials, adorned with porticos along spacious thoroughfares. Nero constructed a new palace complex called the Domus Aurea in a location that was cleared by the fire. The expense of reconstructing Rome, of course, was colossal, necessitating financial resources that were simply unavailable in the state territory. In order to secure the required funds for the reconstruction, Nero's government implemented a tax hike because of course they did. The provinces of the empire were subjected to particularly burdensome tributes, even those ones so far away from Rome. People there had never even seen the city, barely knew what it looked like, but for some reason they had to pay for it. Think about it if you are out somewhere in rural Alabama, just living your life with all the alligators or whatever you have over there, and all of a sudden Washington, D.C. has a problem, and they want to come and personally pick your pocket. Well, there's federal taxes, I know, but you'd feel a little ripped off for sure. It's not a good way to get people on your side if you're a ruler. Well, in order to cover some of the expenses, Nero deliberately reduced the value of the Roman currency, resulting in the first instance of inflationary pressure in the history of the empire. Thus, in the year 65 A.D., Gaius Calpurnius Piso, a prominent Roman politician, orchestrated a plot against Nero. He enlisted the support of Subrius Flavus, a tribune, and Sulpicius Asper, a centurion from the Praetorian Guard, the Praetorian Guard being quite experienced in murdering emperors and rulers. It's kind of what they did. While Tacitus reports that the numerous conspirators aspired to liberate the state, in his words, from the emperor's rule and reinstate the republic, go back to the good old days. Milicus, a former slave, uncovered the plot and promptly informed Nero's secretary, Epaphroditus. Consequently, the conspiracy was unsuccessful, and its members were all given clemency and let go. No, I'm just joking, they were all executed, including the poet Lucan, actually, disregarding the actual extent of his involvement. You can imagine there was a lot of guilty by association, that's for sure. Now Seneca, remember him? The former advisor to Nero? He was actually accused as well by Natalis, and despite denying the charges, Seneca was compelled to take his own life, as he had already lost Nero's favor, and so he did, Socrates style. Now, according to accounts, Nero allegedly fatally assaulted Poppaea in the same year 65 AD, preventing her from delivering their second child. Contemporary historians, recognizing the potential prejudice of Suetonius, Tacitus, and Cassius Dio, as well as the lack of first-hand witnesses to the event, suggest that Poppaea's death may have occurred as the result of a miscarriage or during childbirth. Nero entered a profound state of grief. Poppaea received an extravagant state funeral and was buried with divine honors, along with the commitment to construct a temple dedicated to her worship. The entire annual import of incense was consumed during this single funeral. It would have been pretty hard to breathe, I assume. Well, instead of following the strict custom of cremation, her body was embalmed in the Egyptian manner and placed into a tomb. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact location, at least as of now. Perhaps it's waiting there, somewhere beneath a Roman parking lot, or under some apartment building. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find it one day. Now, moving on to the year 67 AD, Nero entered a marriage with Sporus, another man, who was believed to bear a striking resemblance to Poppaea. Nero subjected him to castration and conducted a marriage ceremony, complete with customary rituals such as providing a dowry and adorning him with a bridal veil. We don't really know how Sporus felt about all this, but I assume he had very little choice but to go along with it. It is hypothesized that he engaged in this behavior as a result of remorse for his act of killing Poppaea, trying to replace what he had lost. Well, in March of the year 68 AD, Gaius Julius Vindex, the governor of Gallia Lugdunensis, staged a rebellion against Nero's taxation policies. Lucius Verginius Rufus, the governor of Germania Superior, received a directive to suppress the rebellion led by Vindex. Vindex sought to garner support beyond his own province by appealing to Servius Sulpicius Galba, the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, urging him to join the rebellion and proclaim himself emperor in direct opposition to Nero. In the May of that same year, 68 AD, Verginius's troops achieved a great victory over Vindex's forces in the Battle of Vesontio, leading to the latter to take his own life. Nevertheless, following the defeat of the rebel, the legions under Verginius's command made an effort to declare their own leader as the emperor. Verginius declined to take any action against Nero, however. The dissatisfaction of the legions in Germania and the ongoing resistance from Galba in Hispania were unfavorable signs for him. Although Nero maintained at least partial control over the situation, there was a growing support for Galba, even though he had been officially labeled as a public enemy. Gaius Nymphidius Sabinus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, also renounced his loyalty to the emperor and openly sided with Galba. The ball was rolling, that's for sure. As a reaction, Nero escaped from Rome with the purpose of heading to the port of Ostia and subsequently boarding a fleet to reach one of the remaining faithful eastern provinces. As per Suetonius, Nero gave up on his plan after encountering resistance from military officers who openly defied his orders. Quoting a line from Virgil's Aeneid, "Is it such a terrible thing to die?" Nero contemplated the possibility of seeking refuge as far as Parthia, seeking the mercy of Galba, or appealing to the public and beseeching them to forgive his previous transgressions, and if he failed to win their sympathy, to implore them to grant him the position of prefect of Egypt. According to Suetonius, the speech's manuscript was discovered in Nero's writing desk. However, Nero was too afraid to deliver it, because he believed he would be violently attacked before he could even say a word, let alone reach the forum. He was probably right. Well, he did re-enter Rome and passed the evening within the confines of the palace. Upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered that the palace guard had departed approximately at midnight. Despite sending messages to his friend's palace chambers, he didn't receive any responses. Uh-oh. Well, upon personally visiting the chambers, he discovered they were all empty. When he requested the presence of a gladiator or any other skilled individual proficient in fighting to execute him, no one materialized. He proclaimed, "Do I have neither ally nor adversary?" And he swiftly rushed out, as if intending to plunge himself straight into the Tiber River. But upon his return, Nero endeavored to find a secluded location where he could seek refuge and try to calm down a little bit, take a step back and contemplate the situation. So, a villa situated 4 miles or around 6 kilometers outside the city was made by Phaon, a freedman of the imperial court. Under the guise of a different dress, Nero and his faithful freedmen, Epaphroditus, Phaon, Neophytus, and Sporus, arrived at the villa, when Nero instructed them to excavate a burial site for him. Nero became well aware that the Senate had officially labeled him as a public adversary. The writing was certainly on the wall at this point. So he readied himself for a self-inflicted death, walking back and forth while uttering the words "Coelus artifex pereo." Roughly translated, it means, "What a skilled artist the world is losing." Overwhelmed by fear, he pleaded with one of his companions to demonstrate courage by taking the life for him. And finally, the sound of approaching equestrians compelled Nero to confront his imminent demise. Nevertheless, he remained unable to muster the courage to end his own life, and instead compelled his personal secretary, Epaphroditus, to carry out the deed. Upon witnessing Nero's impending demise, one of the horsemen endeavored to staunch the bleeding, yet all attempts were futile. The concluding utterance of Nero was, "Belated. This is loyalty." He passed away the 9th of June, 68 AD, coinciding with the anniversary of his first wife Claudia Octavia's death, and he was laid to rest in the mausoleum of the Domiti Ahanobarbi, located in the present-day Villa Borghese area of Rome, specifically on the Pincian Hill. According to Sulpicius Severus, the question of whether Nero actually took his own life instead of having his secretary take the blade for him remains uncertain. Well, and with that, the Julio-Claudian dynasty marked its conclusion. Subsequently, a period of disorder and confusion, known as the Year of the Four Emperors, would follow. According to the accounts of Suetonius and Cassius Dio, the populace of Rome actually commemorated the demise of Nero. Tacitus, however, provides a depiction of a political environment that is characterized by a little bit more complexity. He reports that the demise of Nero was greeted with approval by senators, nobility, and pretty much anybody who had money. Conversely, the news was met with dissatisfaction by the lower class, the slaves, the attendees of the arena and theatre, and those individuals who relied on Nero's notorious extravagances for support. It was their entire employment. The military personnel were reported to have ambivalent sentiments, as they were loyal to Nero, but had been induced with bribes to depose him. Once again, money talks. Now, Philostratus and Apollonius of Tyana, who are considered reliable sources from the eastern region, state that Nero's death was lamented because he, I quote, re-established the freedoms of Greece with a level of wisdom and restraint that was completely unexpected given his usual behavior, and that he possessed and honored the people's freedoms. Well, I suppose that depends which people we're talking about. The contemporary academic consensus suggests that although the Senate and affluent individuals generally approved of his demise, the common people remained devoted until the very end, and even afterwards, as Otho and Vitellius both found it advantageous to appeal to their longing for the past. The removal of Nero's name from certain monuments is a manifestation of this intense personal enthusiasm. Now, according to Eric R. Varner, more than 50 surviving portraits of Nero have been altered to depict different individuals. This alteration of images is frequently attributed to the condemnation of disgraced emperors after their deaths, a practice referred to as damnatio memoriae. Well, following his demise in 68, a prevailing conviction, particularly in the eastern provinces, emerged that he had not perished, and he would eventually come back, just show up out of nowhere. Well, that didn't happen, of course, but it became widely recognized as this belief called the Nero Redivivius legend. The myth of his resurrection persisted for centuries following his demise, and Augustine of Hippo documented the legend as a widely held belief as far as 422 AD. That's almost 400 years later. There were a minimum of 3 individuals that falsely claimed to be Nero and led their own uprisings. The first individual, who both sang and played the lyre and possessed a facial resemblance to the deceased emperor, emerged in the year 69 AD under the rule of Vitellius. Upon successfully convincing certain individuals to acknowledge his identity, he was apprehended, and they just killed him. If he really was Nero, well, what did he expect? During the reign of Titus, being from 79 to 81, an impostor emerged in Asia who resembled Nero and performed musical pieces accompanied by the lyre. However, like his predecessor, they found him and they killed him. 2 decades following Nero's demise, in the era of Domitian's rule, a third claimant emerged. The Parthians provided support to him, albeit reluctantly, and the entire situation escalated into a war. Well, spoiler alert, he died as well, so there's that. Now before we go, just a quick little word on some of the eccentricities of Nero. A little bonus for you. Well, he pursued an education in the disciplines of poetry, music, painting, and sculpture. engaging in both vocal performance and musical playing. While many of these fields of studies were considered essential education for the upper class in ancient Rome, Nero's specific passion for music went well beyond the socially acceptable limits for someone of his social status. His focus on the arts, chariot racing, and athletics was heavily criticized by the ancient sources. Pliny characterized Nero as a theatrical emperor. His words, not mine. While Suetonius stated that Nero was excessively driven by a desire for popularity. Nero himself believed to be on par with Apollo in music, and even the sun in chariot racing, and even aspired to imitate the legendary feats of Hercules. Sounds a little bit like Commodus, don't you think? Go watch my video on him if you want a sequel to this one. Now, Nero took part in the Olympics too, in 67 AD. He had illicitly influenced the organizers to delay the games by 1 year in order to secure his participation. And in addition to the athletic contests, artistic competitions were also incorporated, which I can really get behind. We need more art in the world, and good art. Well, I suppose that's subjective. Nero emerged victorious in every single competition in which he participated in. What a coincidence. And he showcased his musical talent by singing and playing the lyre on stage, demonstrated his acting skills in tragedies, and participated in chariot races. In fact, he emerged victorious in a 10-horse chariot race, even after being ejected from the chariot and abandoning the competition. He didn't even cross the finish line, but he was crowned on the condition that he would have been victorious if he had finished the race. However you work that one out. Well, perhaps the judges were a little afraid to give a different result. One can hardly blame them. Following his demise 1 year later, his name was written off from the roster of victors. And good riddance to that. Well, according to Champlin, a modern observer, Nero's involvement in the competition effectively suppressed any genuine competition, and it appears that Nero was completely unaware of the actual situation going on around him, that he was ruining the entire thing. Well, he also instituted his own games. He called them the Neronian Games in the year 60 AD, designed to bring back the old Greek-style games and consisted of competitions in gymnastics, music, and horse riding. According to Suetonius, the gymnastic competition took place in the Septa area of the Campus Martius. Tacitus provides a detailed account of Nero's extensive torture and execution of Christians following the fire of AD 64. In addition, Suetonius reports that Nero persecuted Christians, attributing his actions to their adherence to a novel and harmful belief system, rather than linking it directly to the fire incident itself. In fact, Tertullian, a Christian writer from the period of 155 to 230, was the first to designate Nero as the initial persecutor of Christians. He penned the words, "Conduct a thorough examination of your records. At that location, you will discover Nero was the initial individual to oppress this belief." and Lactantius and Sulpicius Severus both attested to Nero's initial persecution of the followers of God. According to Suetonius, the Jews were also expelled from Rome by Emperor Claudius due to their frequent disturbances incited by Chrestus. It is possible that the individuals referred to as Jews who were actually expelled could have just been early Christians, although Suetonius does not provide a clear confirmation of this. Because remember, early days of Christianity, well, there wasn't really people really didn't know what was going on. People looked at the Christians and they hadn't quite figured out who or what they were yet. So they thought, well, they're from Judea, so they must be Jews. Who's their prophet? Jesus, the King of the Jews. Okay, well, they must be Jews as well, if they're following a Jew. Well, things develop over time, don't they? Oh, and by the way, the Bible does not explicitly state Aquila of Pontus and his wife Priscilla, who were expelled from Italy at that time, but it does refer to them as Jews in Acts 18:2, if you want to go and read that sort of thing. Commodus, born in AD 161, the Roman emperor from 180 to 192, succeeding his father Marcus Aurelius, a significant departure from his predecessor's philosophic and austere rule. Unlike Marcus Aurelius, who is remembered as one of the last of the 5 good emperors, Commodus's reign is often noted for its autocratic and, frankly, erratic nature. His administration showed early promise, but it quickly descended into scandal and corruption, heavily influenced by his capricious behavior and preference for gladiatorial combat, where he often participated personally, believing himself to be the reincarnation of Hercules. This obsession with the arena not only drained the imperial treasury, but also alienated the Roman political class and military, eventually leading to a decline in both his popularity and the stability of his regime. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you. Are you coming back? Good to see you again, friend. Well, today we have an interesting one, all about that mad emperor, Commodus. Plenty to learn. Oh, and if you want to support the channel, before I forget, well, you do enough of that supporting by just enjoying the content. As long as you like it, I'm happy. But a click on the like and a click on the subscribe helps as well. That lets YouTube know that you want more people to see the content. Add that little grain to the long beach of sand. Further to that, go and check out the links in the description. And now, let's all get nice and relaxed. Back to ancient Rome tonight, shall we? Commodus, born in August of 161 AD, in a little town called Lanuvium, somewhat near Rome, the son of the great reigning emperor Marcus Aurelius, no doubt you've heard of him, and Faustina the Younger, daughter of Emperor Antoninus Pius. Commodus's birth came shortly after his grandfather's death. He had an elder twin, too, Titus Aurelius Fulvus Antoninus, who actually died in 165. Commodus was made Caesar quite quickly, October 12th, 166, in fact, along with his younger brother, Marcus Annius Verus, who also died in 169 after a failed surgery. Of course, the Failure rates for surgery in those days were quite high, to say the least. But this left Commodus as the sole surviving son of the great emperor Marcus Aurelius. No doubt you know that he was the author of Meditations, right? If you haven't read that one, well, maybe that's your homework. Now, under the care of his father's physician, Galen, Commodus was treated for various common ailments throughout his youth. Nothing too serious, but a few little hiccups here and there. In regards to his education, that was of course robust. I mean, you don't get a poor education when your father is Marcus Aurelius, surely. A series of tutors, Onesicrates, Antistius Capella, and Pytholeus, among a few others, primarily focused on his intellectual development. Now in 172, during the time of the great Marcomannic Wars, Commodus was at Carnuntum, the military headquarters of his father. It was there on October 15th, 172, that he was awarded the victory title of Germanicus in front of his troops, following his father's triumph over the Marcomanni. Commodus's entry into the College of Pontiffs in January of 175 marked the beginning of his formal public life and career. Now, in that same year, the month of April 175, the governor of Syria, Avidius Cassius, proclaimed himself emperor, based on false rumors of Marcus Aurelius's death, jumping in his grave very quickly. Not a very good friend, our Cassius. But he actually secured support from Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, and continued his rebellion even after it was clear that Marcus was still alive. Of course, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, and, well, once you've committed, you may as well just keep going. Let's see how it works out for him. Well, amidst all these turbulent events, our young Commodus, stationed on the Danubian front, formally entered adulthood by assuming his toga virilus on July the 7th, 175. However, before Marcus and Commodus could launch a campaign against Cassius, somebody finished the job for them. In fact, Cassius was murdered by one of his own centurions, which certainly seems to be the fashion for Roman leaders. Keep your enemies close, but not that close. Well, following these events, Commodus joined his father on an extensive tour of the eastern provinces, which included quite a notable visit to Antioch in the region of Syria. The imperial journey continued on to Athens, Greece, where both were initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries, a significant religious experience. The pair returned to Rome in autumn of 176, after a successful and influential expedition. Now, a little more about Marcus Aurelius, notable for being the first emperor since Vespasian to have a legitimate biological son, had been part of a succession of rulers known as the 5 Good Emperors, who were characterized by the practice of adopting their successors. On November 27th, 176, Marcus formally granted Commodus the title of Imperator, a moment often regarded by contemporary historians as the start of his reign, despite some uncertainty about specific timelines of his official elevation. By June 177, Commodus was proclaimed Augustus, effectively co-emperor, and was unique as the first emperor born in the purple, as they say, during his father's reign. Now, the end of 176 saw a significant joint triumph celebrated by Marcus Aurelius and Commodus on December the 23rd, commemorating their victories and shared rule. On January the 1st, 177, at the young age of 15, Commodus already held the consulship, making him the youngest to assume the role, traditionally reserved for men around 30. But hey, it helps to have a very powerful dad, right? Don't worry, I'm sure he's a good judge of character. Well, that same year, he got married. Brutia Crispina, that was her name, and he returned with his father to the Danubian front. Unfortunately, 3 years later, March 17th, 180, Marcus Aurelius passed away in the Danube region, and he left Commodus, then just 18 years old, as the sole emperor, ushering in a new and ultimately tumultuous era for the Roman Empire. But none of us were really making very wise decisions at the age of 18, so let's give him a little bit of credit at the start. Well, the start of his reign was actually filled with better decisions than the latter half of it, but, well, we'll get to all of that. Well, upon becoming emperor, Commodus immediately initiated significant economic changes, notably devaluing the Roman currency. He decreased the denarius's weight from 96 per Roman pound to 105 per Roman pound, reducing its silver purity from 79% to 76%. Now, this adjustment lowered the silver weight in each coin from 2.57 grams to 2.34. By 186, he further debased the currency, bringing the purity down to 74%, and the silver weight to 2.22 grams for each coin, amounting to 108 denarii per Roman pound. This devaluation was the most substantial since Nero's reign, marking a significant economic shift. Tough times ahead, we may say. Well, his reign, in stark contrast to his father Marcus Aurelius, was marked by almost continuous warfare. Of course, Marcus Aurelius was famously a lover, not a fighter, and, well, it saw relatively fewer military engagements, of course, but it was riddled with political turmoil and the emperor's erratic behavior that Commodus would become famous for. Historian Cassius Dio remarked that Commodus's ascent signified a decline, I quote, from a kingdom of gold to one of iron and rust. And that's a 1-star review from Mr. Cassius Dio, indicating a period of degradation and corruption. Well, despite the critical events of his reign, detailed accounts of Commodus's rule are relatively sparse. The main sources include Herodian, Cassius Dio, who we just mentioned, who offers a contemporary glimpse, though only in fragments. We also have the Historia Augusta, which is often considered unreliable, unfortunately, due to its blend of factual and fictional content. Now, Commodus spent little time with the Danube armies, quickly negotiating peace with the local tribes before returning to Rome to celebrate a triumph on October the 22nd, 180. It became pretty apparent that he was completely disinterested in administrative duties. He frequently delegated state responsibilities to a series of favored aides, starting with Sauterus, his chamberlain and a freedman from Nicomedia. The emperor's detachment from governance and his preference for delegating led to unrest and several plots against him, necessitating his eventual direct intervention in state affairs, which he handled in an increasingly authoritarian manner. Despite alienating the senatorial class, who grew to despise and fear him, Commodus maintained popularity among the army and common people. His popularity was partly due to his generous distributions of money and his participation in lavish and spectacular gladiatorial games, where he often fought in staged combats that, of course, ensured his victory. While to finance his costly entertainment and gifts, Commodus imposed heavy taxes on the senatorial order, and provocatively altered many inscriptions to read Populus Senatusque Romanus, the people and senate of Rome. You always see that SPQR, well, that's kind of what it is. It's the same thing. Anyway, this reversing the traditional order to emphasize his populist approach, because you see it would usually be Senatusque Populus Romanus, but this time it's Populus Senatusque, so the people, then the Senate. The Senate did not like this very much, I'm sure you can imagine. Now, this era under Commodus witnessed a marked decline in Rome's economy, and also administrative effectiveness, setting the stage for further instability. He had become an emperor at the age of 18, and his circle of advisors was inherited from his father, including Tiberius Claudius Pompeianus, who was married to his sister Lucilla, and Gaius Bruttius Praesens, his father-in-law. Other key figures included Titus Fundanius Vitrasius Pollio and Aufidius Victorinus, the prefect of the city of Rome. Commodus's 4 sisters, each married to equally influential men, were integral members of the court, with Lucilla, over a decade his senior, and previously married to Lucius Verus, holding the rank of Augusta. The stability of his reign was first tested in 182, when Lucilla, reportedly envious of Commodus's wife, Empress Crispina, orchestrated an assassination attempt. Although her husband, Pompeianus, was uninvolved, 2 men believed to be her lovers attempted to kill Commodus at a theatre, but they failed and were subsequently executed. Better luck next time. Lucilla, well, she was exiled to Capri, and later executed as well, while Pompeianus shrank away and withdrew from public life, absconding into the countryside. The conspiracy also implicated one of the Praetorian prefects, that being Publius Tarretinius Paternus, although his involvement was only later discovered well after the fact. His colleague, Sextus Tigius Perennius, managed to arrange the murder of Sauterus, Commodus's disliked chamberlain, positioning himself to gain further power by implicating Paternus in another conspiracy supposedly led by Publius Salvius Julianus, a senator engaged to Paternus's daughter. This led to further executions within the senatorial and consular ranks, including Salvius and Paternus. Didius Julianus, a relative and future emperor, was removed from his position as governor of Germania Inferior, Following these events and the assassination of Sauterus, Perennis assumed control over the administration, and Commodus appointed a new favorite and chamberlain, Cleander, a Phrygian freedman who had orchestrated Sautorius's murder and was married to one of the emperor's mistresses, Demostratia. Amidst these threats to his life, Commodus increasingly retreated from Rome, spending considerable time at the family estates in Lanuvium, indulging in his interests, such as sports like horse racing, chariot racing, and combat with both beasts and men, which he would of course sometimes showcase publicly. In 183 AD, Commodus was finally inaugurated as consul, appointing Aufidius Victorinus as his colleague, and adopted the title Pius. That same year, conflicts escalated in Dacia, where notable military commanders Clodius Albinus and Pescennius Niger, both future contenders for the throne, achieved significant distinctions. Concurrently, in Britain in 184 AD, Governor Ulpius Marcellus extended the Roman frontier back to the Antonine Wall. However, his stringent discipline provoked a revolt among the legionaries, who declared their support for another legate, Priscus, as emperor. But Priscus was not keen on the title at all, and he declined it, leading to the dismissal of all legionary legates in Britain by Perennis, Commodus's powerful advisor. During the Capitoline Games, on October 15th, 184, a Cynic philosopher openly accused Perennis of treachery, and right in front of Commodus, no doubt. Well, his allegations deemed false led to his immediate execution. Cassius Dio described Perennis as a capable yet harsh administrator, noted for his ruthless ambition, but not personal corruption. The tension escalated further in 185 AD, when soldiers previously stationed in Britain transferred to Italy to combat local brigands, accused Perennis of plotting to install his own son as emperor. This accusation, facilitated by Cleander, another of Commodus's favorites aiming to eliminate his rival, led Commodus to authorize the execution of Perennis, along with his wife and even his children. Monstrous, I know. Well, the aftermath saw a purge within the empire's ranks. Aufidius Victorinus took his own life amid the turmoil, and Ulpius Marcellus was replaced by Pertinax as governor of Britain. Marcellus was subsequently tried for treason in Rome, and he escaped execution, but barely. Cleander, seizing substantial control within the Roman government, began exploiting his position by selling prestigious posts, including senate seats, military commands, governorships, and even consulships to those willing to pay the highest price. His greed and corruption led to widespread instability, marked by the increased desertions within the military ranks across Gaul and Germany. Pescennius Niger, one of Commodus's generals, was tasked with suppressing these deserters through a military campaign in Gaul, while revolts in Brittany were quelled by legions transferred from Britain. In 187, a significant threat emerged when Maternus, a leader among the deserters, plotted to assassinate Commodus during the festival of the great goddess in March. The plot, however, was foiled when Maternus was betrayed, and then he got executed as well. Busy week for the executioner, it seems. Well, the same year, Pertinax uncovered a conspiracy against Cleander led by Antistius Burrus and Arrius Antoninus, both adversaries within the political sphere. As dangers mounted, Commodus increasingly withdrew from public life, preferring the safety of his private estates. By early 188 AD, Cleander solidified his grip on power by dismissing the then Praetorian prefect Attilius Abantianus and assuming the supreme command of the Praetorian Guard with the unprecedented rank of Pugione, or dagger bearer. Sounds pretty ominous, doesn't it? Effectively placing the Praetorian prefects under his direct command. Cleander's manipulation peaked in 190, a year marked by his appointment of an astonishing 25 suffect consuls, setting a record in the annals of the Roman consulship. Among these appointees was actually the future emperor Septimius Severus. The year 190 also brought a severe food crisis to Rome, which the prefect responsible for the grain supply, Papirius Dionysius, blamed on Cleander's mismanagement. The crisis culminated in public unrest during a horse race at the Circus Maximus in late June, when Cleander dispatched the Praetorian Guard to quell the disturbances. Pertinax, now the city prefect of Rome, countered by sending vigiles urbanes to oppose them. Facing imminent danger, Cleander sought refuge with Emperor Commodus at Laurentum, but was pursued by an enraged mob. Under pressure from his mistress Marcia, Commodus ordered Cleander's execution, along with that of his son, effectively ending Cleander's reign of influence. The purge also claimed the lives of several key political figures, including Julius Julianus, the Praetorian prefect, Commodus's cousin Annia Fundania Faustina, and his brother-in-law Mamertinus, and also the implicated Papirius Dionysius, excuse me. The names are sometimes difficult, give me a break. Now, following these events, Commodus took a more active role in governance, but continued to rely heavily on a small circle comprising Marcia, his new chamberlain Eclectus, and new Praetorian prefect called Quintus Aemilius Laetus. Well, better Laetus than never, I suppose. It was at this time that Commodus increasingly embraced the persona of Hercules, emphasizing his divine status and distancing himself somewhat from his lineage to Marcus Aurelius. And thus, he was portrayed as a Herculean figure across the empire, highlighting his physical prowess and a semi-divine nature. This portrayal was intended to align him with Jupiter, Rome's chief deity, by emphasizing his role as Hercules' son. His self-presentation escalated into megalomania as he sought to reshape the Roman Empire in his image. The year 191 AD saw significant devastation in Rome due to a fire that lasted several days, destroying key structures such as the Temple of Pax, the Temple of Vesta, and parts of the imperial palace. And Commodus used this disaster as a pretext for profound transformations in 192 AD, symbolically refounding Rome and even renaming it Colonia Lucia Annia Commodiana, akin to a new beginning under his rule. This renaming extended to the months of the year, each now reflecting one of his 12 names: Lucius, Aelius, Aurelius, Commodus, Augustus, Herculeus, Romanus, Expurgatorius, Amazonius, Invictus, Felix, and Pius. Further emphasizing this transformation, he renamed the Roman legions, the grain fleet from Africa as well, and even the Senate. The populace, his palace, and all Roman society were branded with the Commodus name, like some kind of deranged graffiti artist. Well, the day these changes were decreed was actually celebrated as Dies Commodianus, marking a new era completely centered on himself. But that wasn't far enough for him. He also replaced the head of the Colossus of Nero near the Colosseum with his own likeness, and then he gave it a club and a bronze lion at its feet, transforming it into Hercules Romanus. An inscription proclaimed his unique conquests in the arena, boasting of his victories as a left-handed fighter against 12 times 1,000 men. Citation needed, further solidifying his crafted image of invincibility and divine sanction. And so in November of 192, he indulged in his passion for spectacle and personal glory by hosting the plebeian games. He began each day of the games by hunting and killing hundreds of animals using arrows and javelins, showcasing his prowess as a marksman. Each afternoon, he would put on his armor and sally forth into the arena as a gladiator. And guess what? He won every single match. This public display reinforced his image as both invincible and divinely favored in the eyes of the Roman populace. As the year drew to a close, Commodus planned a grandiose inauguration for 193, intending to both serve as a consul and perform as a gladiator on January 1st, once more blurring the lines between his imperial duties and his personal ambitions as an entertainer. However, this plan was cut short by a deadly conspiracy, and it came from within his own inner circle, who were getting a little bit tired of him not fulfilling his emperor-like duties. On the final day of 192, December 31st, Commodus's life came to a dramatic end. After an assassination attempt through poisoning failed, as Commodus managed to vomit up the poison, Marcia, his consort, along with the prefect Latus and chamberlain Eclectus, who discovered their names on a death list prepared by Commodus, resorted to a more, let's call it a direct approach. They enlisted Commodus's wrestling partner, Narcissus, who strangled the emperor in his bath, thus ending his controversial reign. Following his assassination, the Senate wasted no time in condemning Commodus's memory to oblivion, a decision akin to what is called a damnatio memoriae, though not formalized as such. They reinstated the original names of the city of Rome and its institutions, reversing Commodus's egocentric rebrandings. His statues were pulled down and destroyed, and his body was interred in the mausoleum of Hadrian, without the honors typically afforded to Roman emperors. The death of Commodus marked the end of the Nerva-Antonine dynasty, leading to the accession of Pertinax. However, his reign was short-lived, and his death initiated the tumultuous Year of the Five Emperors. A few years later, in 195, Emperor Septimius Severus, seeking to align himself with the legacy of Marcus Aurelius, reinstated Commodus's memory and, finally, had him deified by the Senate. Well, before we go, let's discuss a few more of the eccentricities of Commodus. Of course, much of what we know does come from contemporary sources, such as Cassius Dio, who provides a admittedly nuanced portrait of the emperor, describing him as not inherently malevolent, but as excessively naive and easily manipulated due to his simplicity and timidity. This susceptibility made him a target for the influence of corrupt associates, leading him astray from virtue into a life of indulgence and cruelty, a departure that became ingrained over time, hard to break the habit. At least that's Cassius Dio's opinion. It could be right, it could be wrong. Now, Commodus's reign marked this sharp departure from the famous, principled, and austere Stoic philosophy that his father Marcus Aurelius had embodied and promoted. The apple really could not have fallen further from the tree, to be honest. Raised in an environment steeped in those Stoic values, Commodus completely discarded these principles upon assuming power, distancing himself from both the policies and advisors of his father's administration. And this rejection also extended to his family, from whom he grew increasingly isolated. And thus his was a rule marred by paranoia and outright vindictiveness, leading to the execution or punishment of those he perceived as threats, or who simply displeased him, even for minor offenses. I'll give you an example. An infamous instance of his cruelty occurred at the Roman baths at Termae Taurine, where Commodus ordered an attendant to be thrown into an oven after being upset over the temperature of his bath water. Additionally, members of the prominent Quinctilii family were executed not for their guilt in any conspiracy, but because their wealth and their capabilities posed a threat in Commodus's eyes, and he couldn't have that, couldn't he? Yes, Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus. Well, originally born with that name, of course, but he underwent several transformations in his titles throughout his reign, reflecting his evolving self-image and autocratic style. Of course, when his father died in 180, he altered his name to Marcus Aurelius Antoninus Commodus. However, in a bid to reinforce his own unique identity and divine status, he went back to his original name in 191. So it was just a phase. Well, in that same year, Commodus adopted an elaborate series of titles: Lucius Aelius Aurelius Commodus Augustus Herculeus Romanus Exploratorius Amazonius Invictus Felix Pius. Well, that is a very, very long name, isn't it? These titles were not just honorary. They were carefully chosen to protect an image of divine authority and superhuman prowess. Now, the title Exuperatorius, it's a mouthful, likening him to Jupiter, suggesting a supremacy, while Amazonius reinforced his self-identification with Hercules, emphasizing his strength and heroic status. He also introduced the titles Pacator Orbis, which means pacifier of the world, and Dominus Noster, our Lord, which were indicative of his perceived role as a global ruler and divine authority. The adoption of Dominus Noster, a title later used by Roman emperors, marked Commodus as a pioneer in imperial titulature, aiming to elevate the emperor's status above mere mortal rulers to that of a universally acknowledged sovereign. The expansion of titles and the renaming of months to align with his names show his efforts to reshape the Roman identity and culture around his persona. Evidence from an inscribed altar in Dura Europos demonstrates how far-reaching these policies were, extending even to remote parts of the empire and affecting both civilian and military realms. Units of the auxiliary military were renamed Commodiana, indicating the depth of his cult of personality and his assertion of personal dominion over all aspects of Roman life. And of course, he took great pride in his physical attributes and abilities, often showcasing them in ways that blurred the lines between imperial dignity and theatrical spectacle. His enthusiasm for presenting himself as a reincarnation of Hercules was more than a mere role-play fascination. He really believed it. It was an integral part of his identity and his rule. As far as he was concerned, he was the guy. He adorned himself with the iconic lion's hide and club, attributes of Hercules, reinforcing this connection through public appearances and numerous statues commissioned across the empire to depict him in this godlike form. And his physical prowess was not merely limited to symbolic gestures. He actively participated in gladiatorial combat. The arena, a place traditionally reserved for slaves and free men seeking fame and fortune, but rarely, if ever, for emperors. His appearances were not only about displaying his strength, but were also performances meant to solidify his divine status among the populace. He was known for his unique ability as a left-handed fighter, a trait he took pride in and which set him apart in the eyes of his contemporaries. Cassius Dio, along with the other ancient sources such as Herodian and the scripts of the Historia Augusta, detailed Commodus's feats with almost mythic-like reverence. His skill as an archer was particularly emphasized. He was reputed to be able to decapitate a speeding ostrich with a single arrow and kill leaping panthers in mid-assault. These acts, performed during elaborate games and spectacles, were designed to awe spectators and demonstrate his superiority and courage. His engagement in these violent entertainments was a stark departure from that Stoic philosophy that he was brought up in, a shift that not only reflected in his personal indulgences, but also significantly impacted the imperial image and the administration of the empire. His rule is often remembered not for statesmanship or conquests, but simply for these strange theatrical exploits, and the autocratic fervor with which he pursued his own vision of divine kingship. And his passion for gladiatorial combat was more than a mere pastime. It was a complete obsession. It blurred the lines between emperor and entertainer, and more began to shock Roman society. He regularly entered the arena dressed as a secutor, a type of gladiator equipped with a helmet, shield, and a sword, engaging in combat that many Romans deemed beneath the dignity of a man of such position. Herodian and other contemporary sources revealed that such behaviors were seen as disgraceful, particularly for an emperor who was expected to embody the virtues of leadership and martial prowess against legitimate enemies of the state, not fellow entertainers in staged combats. He should have been out there fighting the enemies of Rome, not ostriches and other animals bought in for his own vanity. Well, of course, in the arena, Commodus's combats were carefully orchestrated. His opponents always yielded to him, ensuring that he never lost a single match. Such fights, though non-lethal, were symbolic victories that reinforced his image as invincible, yet they also earned him a reputation for hubris and excess, as he reportedly charged Rome a staggering 1,000,000 sesterces for each appearance, exacerbating the strain on the empire's finances. His bouts against animals were particularly extravagant and gruesome. Cassius Dio records that Commodus killed 100 lions in a single day, showing a lavish, wasteful slaughter that would have, of course, been costly and logistically complex. I mean, it would have taken them a long time to get that many lions, and then their entire supply of lions in a single day, completely killed by our old mate Commodus. Well, more disturbingly, Dio recounts an incident where Commodus decapitated a running ostrich with a specially crafted dart and theatrically threatened the senators by gesturing with the ostrich's bloody head towards them, indicating that they might be next. Well, this act was, of course, intended to intimidate, but it didn't quite have that effect. Reportedly, it was met with concealed laughter rather than fear from the senators, just because of how ridiculous the entire situation was, him holding up the ostrich's head and threatening them with it. Well, his displays extended to fighting and killing multiple large and exotic animals too, such as elephants and even a giraffe at one point, both awe-inspiring and, of course, horrifying to the audience. These events meant to demonstrate his physical dominance and godlike power. Instead, left the audience with a portrait of a ruler that was completely lost in his own delusions of grandeur, increasingly alienated from the traditional roles and responsibilities of a Roman emperor. Well, thank you very much for listening. I already did a video about Commodus, but you know what? I wanted to do another one, because I think he's interesting. So here is your updated Commodus video. Thanks to my top-tier patrons: Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Erin, Scott, Dark, and Ben. All top people. And I'd like to thank you too for joining me today. And you know that I will be back here tomorrow, same time, same place, right here on YouTube. Have a good rest, everybody. Good night.